Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I never believed in ghosts, not until we moved into 1247 Maple Street. What happened there in those first 3 weeks changed everything I thought I knew about reality. I'm writing this down now because I need someone else to know. Maybe then they'll believe me. Maybe then I'll believe it myself. My wife Sarah and I bought the house in October 2023. The price was too good to pass up. A 1920s colonial with hardwood floors and original crown molding, listed at 40% below market value. The real estate agent said the previous owners had relocated suddenly for work. Should have known better. We moved in on a Tuesday. The first sign started that very night. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside our bedroom. Clear, deliberate steps on the wooden floor, the kind made by someone wearing shoes. Sarah was asleep next to me. No one else should have been in the house. I lay there frozen, listening. The steps moved slowly past our door, heading toward the stairs. Then they stopped. I waited 5 minutes, barely breathing, before I got up to check. The hallway was empty. I checked every room upstairs, all clear. Went downstairs and checked every door and window, all locked. Must have been the house settling, I told myself. Old houses make weird noises. The next morning over coffee, Sarah asked if I'd been walking around in the middle of the night. No, I said. Why? I heard footsteps in the hall around 3 a.m. Thought it was you checking something. I didn't tell her what I'd heard. Didn't want to worry her. We had enough stress with the move. That night I woke up again at 3:17 a.m. The digital clock's red numbers burned in the darkness. This time it wasn't footsteps. The TV downstairs had turned on. I could hear the muffled sound of voices and music drifting up the stairs. I went down to check. The living room TV was on, playing an infomercial for some kitchen gadget. The remote sat untouched on the coffee table. I picked it up, hit the power button. Nothing happened. Pressed it again. Still nothing. I walked to the TV and held down the power button manually. It finally turned off. Back in bed, I lay awake until sunrise, listening for any other sounds. Sarah slept through it all. The next few days were normal. We unpacked boxes, arranged furniture, started making the house feel like home. But every night at 3:17 a.m. something would wake me. One night it was all the kitchen cabinets standing open, though I'd closed them before bed. Another night the bathroom faucet running full blast, always at exactly 3:17 a.m. I started taking pictures on my phone, documentation of each incident, the open cabinets, water pooled on the bathroom floor, the TV on different channels. Sarah thought I was being paranoid. Old houses are quirky, she said. The plumbing probably needs work. Maybe there's an electrical issue with the TV. I wanted to believe her. But then came the doors. It was day 9 in the house. We'd gone to bed around 11. I woke to the sound of our bedroom door creaking open. The hallway was dark. No one there. I got up, closed it, laid back down. It creaked open again. I closed it 3 more times. Each time it opened on its own, slow and deliberate. The 4th time I wedged a chair under the handle. 5 minutes later, the chair scraped across the floor and the door swung open. Sarah woke up then. She saw the door standing open, the chair pushed aside. "What's going on?" she asked. "I don't know," I said. "The door keeps opening by itself." She got up, checked the hinges. Maybe it's not level. Could be swinging open from gravity. But when she tried to demonstrate, the door stayed firmly shut. We both stood there watching it. After a minute, it swung open again. No draft, no vibration, nothing we could explain. Sarah's face went pale. "That's not normal." "No," I said. "It's not." That was when things escalated. The next night, every door in the house opened simultaneously at 3:17 a.m. The sound of a dozen doors swinging open jolted us both awake. We huddled in bed, listening to footsteps moving from room to room downstairs. I grabbed the baseball bat from under the bed and went to investigate. Sarah followed close behind, clutching my shirt. The footsteps continued, always staying just ahead of us, leading us through the house. Into the kitchen, the living room, the dining room, back to the foyer. We never saw anyone. The temperature dropped. Our breath came out in visible puffs. The footsteps circled us, getting closer. Sarah screamed. The steps stopped. All the doors slammed shut at once. We spent the rest of the night in our car. The next day I called a home inspector. He found nothing wrong with the house. Electrical system normal, plumbing fine, foundation solid. No explanation for any of it. I started researching the house's history. The local library had newspaper archives going back to the 1920s. I found the original story from 1924. A wealthy businessman named James Henderson had built the house for his wife Eleanor. 6 months after moving in, Eleanor disappeared. James claimed she'd run off with another man. Her body was found 2 years later. James Henderson was arrested but died in jail before the trial. The official cause was heart failure. Guards reported he'd been ranting about Eleanor's ghost in the days before his death, saying she appeared every night at 3:17 a.m., the time he'd killed her. I didn't tell Sarah what I'd found, but that night at dinner, she brought it up herself. "I saw a woman today," she said quietly, "in our bedroom mirror. She was standing behind me wearing an old-fashioned dress. When I turned around, no one was there." I showed her the newspaper articles then. She read them silently, her hands shaking. "We have to leave," she said. "We can't," I replied. "We put everything we had into this house. We're stuck here." That night, we tried staying awake past 3:17 a.m., sat in the living room with all the lights on, TV playing loudly. At 3:16, the lights went out. TV shut off. Temperature dropped until we could see our breath. The footsteps started upstairs this time. Slow, deliberate steps moving toward the stairs. We heard the creak of each stair as something descended. Sarah gripped my hand so tight it hurt. I tried to stand but couldn't move. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, moved across the foyer, into the living room. The room got colder. A shape formed in the darkness, a woman in a long dress, her face pale and gaunt. She moved toward us, feet not quite touching the floor. Sarah screamed. I tried to, but no sound came out. The woman, Eleanor, stopped in front of us. Her mouth opened impossibly wide. A horrible screaming filled the room like metal scraping metal. We ran, drove to a hotel and stayed there 3 days. When we finally went back to check on the house, all our furniture had been rearranged. Every piece was turned upside down, balanced perfectly on its top edge. Physics-defying impossible. On the living room wall, words were scratched deep into the plaster. "Get out." We did. Left everything behind. Walked away from the mortgage, ruined our credit. Didn't care. Some things are more important than money. The house is still there on Maple Street, still listed for sale, price dropping every month. Sometimes I drive by late at night. The lights are always on at 3:17 a.m. Sometimes I see a woman's figure in the upstairs window watching. I check the real estate listings occasionally. 4 different families have bought the house since we left. None stayed longer than a month. The latest listing doesn't mention the upside-down furniture they found when they moved in, or the scratches on the wall, or the footsteps at night. But the price is amazing if you're interested. Just don't say I didn't warn you about what happens at 3:17 a.m. Sarah won't talk about those 3 weeks anymore. She throws away any mail with Maple Street in the address, refuses to drive down that road, sleeps with the lights on. I understand. I have my own new habits. I wake up every night at 3:16 a.m. now, no matter where I am. Watch the clock tick over to 3:17. Hold my breath until 3:18. Listen for footsteps. Sometimes, on really quiet nights, I hear them, even miles away from Maple Street, getting closer. The scratches showed up on our new apartment wall last week. Just 3 words. Found you again. We're moving tomorrow, leaving the state, starting over somewhere Eleanor's footsteps can't follow. But deep down, I know the truth. Some doors once opened can never really be closed again. And it's always 3:17 a.m. somewhere. I wasn't always an insomniac. It started gradually, like most bad habits do. First, it was staying up late to finish work projects. Then it was browsing my phone until 2 a.m. Before I knew it, my sleep schedule had completely derailed. I lived alone in my third-floor apartment, so there was no one to judge my nocturnal lifestyle. No one except the old man who appeared outside my window every night at 3 a.m. I first noticed him on a Tuesday in October. The streetlight cast a harsh orange glow on the sidewalk below my apartment building. I was sitting at my desk, mindlessly scrolling through social media when movement caught my eye. An elderly man in a gray sweater and dark pants stood perfectly still on the sidewalk. He faced the empty lot across the street, completely motionless, just standing there, at 3 a.m. My first thought was that he must be confused or lost. Maybe he had dementia and had wandered away from home. But he didn't look distressed or disoriented. He simply stood there, hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead at nothing. After watching him for about 10 minutes, I considered going down to check if he needed help. But something held me back. Maybe it was the unusual hour, or the way he stood so perfectly still, or just my natural reluctance to get involved in strange situations. Eventually, he turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner of my building. The next night, I found myself looking out my window at exactly 3 a.m. There he was again, same spot, same position, same empty stare. My heart rate picked up slightly. Once could be random, but twice seemed deliberate. I watched him for 15 minutes this time. Again, he simply stood there, then walked away. This pattern continued for weeks. Every single night at 3 a.m., the old man would appear and stand motionless for exactly 15 minutes before leaving. I began taking notes, documenting the time he arrived and left, what he wore, which direction he came from and went. I never saw where he came from. He would simply appear at the edge of my vision and walk to his spot. I never saw where he went either. He always disappeared around the same corner. I started arranging my desk so I could watch more comfortably, moved my monitor slightly to the left, positioned my chair at an angle that let me see the street while still appearing to look at my screen. I told myself I was just curious, just documenting an odd occurrence. But deep down, I knew I was becoming obsessed. The old man never did anything different, never looked around, never checked his phone, never sat down or stretched or showed any signs of fatigue. Just stood perfectly still, staring straight ahead at the empty lot. Some nights I'd try to see what he was looking at, but there was nothing there. Just weeds and gravel and bits of trash. I started taking photos with my phone, trying to zoom in on his face. The images always came out too grainy and dark to make out any details. I considered going down to confront him, but something always stopped me. The whole situation felt wrong somehow. Unnatural. After 2 months of this nightly ritual, I noticed something new. The old man's hands were no longer in his pockets. They hung at his sides, fingers slightly curled. Still, he maintained his rigid posture and forward stare. A week later, his head tilted slightly to the right. Just a few degrees, barely noticeable if you hadn't been watching him every night for months. But I had, and the change sent a chill down my spine. The following week, his head tilted further, now at almost a 45-degree angle. His arms remained at his sides, but his fingers seemed more tense, more claw-like. Still, he never moved during his 15-minute vigil. I started having trouble sleeping even after he left. I'd lie in bed, replaying the image of his tilted head and rigid posture in my mind. My dreams were filled with him standing there, head twisted at impossible angles, fingers curled into claws. One night in January, I dozed off at my desk around 2:30 a.m. I woke with a start at 2:55, my neck stiff from the awkward position. As I stretched and checked the time, my stomach dropped. For the first time in months, I'd almost missed his arrival. I looked out the window, waiting for him to appear. 3 a.m. came and went. No sign of him. I felt simultaneously relieved and disappointed. Maybe he'd finally stopped coming. Maybe the whole strange episode was over. At 3:10 a.m., movement caught my eye. but it wasn't coming from the street. It was in the reflection of my window. I spun around in my chair. The old man stood in the corner of my room. His head was tilted at a right angle to his shoulders, his neck grotesquely stretched. His eyes were pure white, no pupils or iris. His mouth hung open, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. My body was frozen in terror as he stood there, just as motionless as he'd been on the street. But now he was staring directly at me. My hands gripped the arms of my chair so hard my knuckles turned white. Sweat dripped down my back. My heart pounded so loud I could hear it in my ears. Still, neither of us moved. After what felt like hours, but must have been minutes, he took a step forward. His movement was jerky, unnatural, like a marionette being pulled by invisible strings. I managed to find my voice and let out a strangled whisper. "What do you want?" His mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, stretching far beyond what a human jaw should allow. A sound emerged, not a voice, but a high-pitched whine like radio static. My ears popped from the pressure of it. I squeezed my eyes shut, covering my ears with my hands. The whine grew louder, more intense, until I felt like my head would explode. Then suddenly, silence. When I opened my eyes, he was gone. My room was empty, everything exactly as it had been. Only the lingering smell of ozone suggested anything had happened at all. I immediately packed a bag and left my apartment, spent the night in a hotel, called my landlord the next day and broke my lease. I didn't care about losing my security deposit or finding a new place. I just knew I couldn't spend another night in that apartment. I moved across the city to a first-floor apartment in a busy neighborhood. Forced myself to go to bed at normal hours. Started seeing a therapist, though I never told her the whole story. Just said I was having trouble sleeping and experiencing anxiety. For 6 months, everything was normal. I started to convince myself it had all been some kind of extended hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation and isolation. I was sleeping better, eating better, feeling more like myself. Then last week, I was up late finishing a project. Just before 3 a.m., I glanced out my window out of habit. There was nothing there, of course, just the well-lit street and the shops across the way. But in the reflection of my window, I saw him, standing in the corner of my new apartment, head tilted, white eyes staring, mouth beginning to open. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran out of my apartment in my pajamas, got in my car and drove until sunrise. Now I'm in a motel 2 states away, writing this all down while I still can. My hands are shaking so bad I can barely type. It's 2:57 a.m. I can see my window's reflection in my laptop screen. Something's moving in the corner of the room. I don't want to turn around, but I know he's there. I know he's been following me all along. I know what's going to happen when the clock strikes 3 a.m. I know I can't run anymore. I know I should never have watched him that first night, because now he's watching me, and he'll never stop. The clock on my laptop changes to 3 a.m. I hear movement behind me. This will be my last entry. If you're reading this, don't look out your window at 3 a.m. Don't watch the watchers, don't catch their attention, because once they notice you noticing them, they'll never leave you alone. I'm going to turn around now. I shouldn't have stayed in that apartment. That's what I keep telling myself now. But how was I supposed to know? When your best friend asks for help moving, you help. That's what friends do. You don't expect to end up trapped in a nightmare. You don't expect to spend 8 hours fighting to stay alive. But that's exactly what happened to me last Tuesday night. It started when I was helping Mike move into his new place on Bradford Street. The building was one of those old converted Victorian mansions, the kind with high ceilings and creaky wooden floors. The rent was cheap, now I know why. We'd spent most of the afternoon carrying boxes up 3 flights of narrow stairs. My back hurt, my arms were sore, and all I wanted was to finish the job. That's when I first saw it. I was coming down from the third floor, half blinded by sweat dripping into my eyes. The stairwell was dim, even in daylight. Just a single window on each landing letting in gray afternoon light. I wiped my face with my shirt, and there it was, hanging on the wall between the second and first floors. At first glance, it looked like a person pressed flat against the wallpaper. The shape was human-sized, darker than the faded floral pattern surrounding it. But something was wrong with the proportions. The arms were too long, hanging down past where knees should be. The head sat at an odd angle like a broken doll's. I stopped dead on the stairs, my hand gripping the wooden banister. "Mike!" I called up, not taking my eyes off the figure. "Hey, Mike, come look at this weird shadow thing on your wall." His footsteps creaked above me. "What shadow thing?" "Right here on the..." I turned to point as he came down the stairs, but the wall was empty. Just yellowed wallpaper peeling slightly at the corners. It was right here. Like a person's shadow, but wrong somehow. Mike squinted at the wall. "I don't see anything, man. Maybe it was just the light playing tricks. These old buildings can be weird with shadows." I rubbed my eyes. "Yeah, maybe. Must be more tired than I thought." We finished moving the last few boxes as the sun started to set. Mike's girlfriend was flying in from Boston the next morning, so he was heading to the airport to pick her up. "You sure you're cool crashing here tonight?" he asked, jingling his car keys. "The couch is pretty comfortable." I nodded. My own apartment was being fumigated, and a free place to sleep was a free place to sleep. "No problem. I've got my sleeping bag and everything. Go get Sarah. I'll be fine." "Thanks again for all the help, man. There's beer in the fridge. Help yourself. I'll be back around 9 tomorrow morning." The door clicked shut behind him. His footsteps echoed down the stairs, then faded away. I was alone in the apartment. The silence hit me first. In my own place, there was always some ambient noise. Traffic, neighbors, the hum of the refrigerator. Here, the thick walls seemed to swallow sound. I could hear my own breathing, unnaturally loud in the quiet. I cracked open a beer and started setting up my sleeping bag on the old leather couch. The apartment was actually pretty nice once you got past the musty smell. High ceilings, hardwood floors, big windows looking out over the street. The previous tenants had left behind some furniture, a scratched coffee table, a couple of mismatched chairs. Moving boxes were stacked against the walls, waiting to be unpacked. The beer was going straight to my head on an empty stomach. I dug through my backpack for the sandwich I'd packed earlier, unwrapped it, and took a big bite. Turkey and Swiss on rye, going slightly soggy. Better than nothing. That's when I heard it. A soft scraping sound like fingernails on wallpaper coming from the stairwell outside the apartment. I froze mid-chew. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Moving slowly up the stairs, getting closer. I set down my sandwich and walked to the door. The scraping stopped. I pressed my ear against the wood, straining to hear. Nothing but silence. "Hello?" I called through the door. No response. My hand was on the doorknob when I remembered the figure from earlier. The wrongly proportioned shadow that Mike hadn't seen. Something cold settled in my stomach. The scraping started again, right outside the door now. Long, slow scratches, like something dragging itself across the wall. I backed away from the door. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The scratching continued, moving in irregular patterns. Sometimes fast and frenzied, sometimes slow and deliberate. Always just on the other side of the door. I fumbled for my phone, nearly dropping it. No service, of course. These old buildings were like concrete bunkers for cell signals. The scratching stopped abruptly. I held my breath, listening. A soft thump against the door made me jump. Then another, and another, like something gently beating its head against the wood. I retreated to the center of the living room, eyes fixed on the door. The thumping continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then silence again. My legs were shaking. I sank down onto the couch, still watching the door. Nothing moved, no sound. Maybe it was gone. Maybe I was imagining things. The overhead light flickered once, twice, then went out. Darkness flooded the apartment. The streetlight outside cast weak yellow squares on the floor through the windows. My eyes struggled to adjust. Something moved in the shadows near the door. A darker patch of darkness, person-shaped, but wrong. Those impossibly long arms, that crooked head. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure stayed perfectly still, a hole in the air where light couldn't reach. Then, slowly, its head began to turn. Not like a person turning their head, like a door hinge creaking past its natural stopping point. Further and further until it had rotated completely backward. A sound came from it then. Not a voice, exactly. More like the noise a drowning person might make trying to scream underwater. Wet and desperate and wrong. My paralysis broke. I scrambled backward over the couch, knocking over a stack of boxes. The figure jerked toward me, moving in sudden stops and starts like a malfunctioning machine. Those arms unfurled, stretching longer than any human arms could possibly be. I ran for the bedroom, slammed the door, and locked it. My whole body was shaking. I pressed my back against the door, trying to control my breathing. It sounded like hyperventilating, harsh and fast in the darkness. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Coming down the hallway, getting closer. I fumbled for the light switch with trembling fingers. Click, nothing. Click, click, click. The power was still out. The scratching reached the bedroom door. I could feel slight vibrations through the wood against my back. It was right there, right on the other side. The doorknob began to turn. I threw my weight against the door, but it was like trying to hold back a freight train. The door creaked open an inch, then another. Cold air rushed through the gap, carrying a smell like wet earth and rotting leaves. I braced my feet against the floor, straining to keep the door closed. My arms burned with the effort. The thing on the other side pushed steadily, inexorably. The gap widened to 6 inches. A hand slipped through. Bone white and skeletal, with fingers twice as long as they should be. The nails were black and curved, scraping against the wooden floor as they reached for my ankle. I kicked at the hand. My foot passed through it like smoke, but I felt a deep cold where it should have connected. The hand kept coming, followed by another. They grabbed my legs with impossible strength. I screamed as they pulled. My fingers lost their grip on the door. It flew open and I tumbled backward into the darkness of the bedroom. The figure stood in the doorway, a perfect silhouette of nothing against the shadows. Its head was still backward, face hidden. Those grotesque arms reached for me, longer and longer, crossing the room in impossible ways. I scrambled across the floor on my hands and knees, trying to get to the window. My hip slammed into a box. Pain shot through my leg. The arms were getting closer. My hands found the window frame. I yanked it open, cold night air rushing in. 3 stories up, too high to jump. The arms wrapped around my waist. Cold penetrated my clothes, my skin, straight to my bones. The drowning scream filled my ears again as the figure began to pull me backward. I thrashed and fought, but it was like fighting smoke. My hands passed through the arms even as they dragged me across the floor. The bedroom door slammed shut on its own. The figure's head began to turn again, rotating forward, this time with that terrible creaking sound. I didn't want to see its face. God, I didn't want to see its face. The first gray light of dawn pierced through the window. The arms holding me dissolved like mist. The figure retreated to the corners of the room, becoming less distinct, less real. I lay on the floor, gasping for air, as sunlight slowly filled the room. When I finally found the strength to stand, I was alone. The bedroom door was open. The apartment was silent. Mike found me sitting on the front steps when he got back from the airport, still shaking slightly. I told him everything. He listened without interrupting, his face growing more serious with each detail. "Jesus," he said when I finished. I don't even know what to say. You really saw all that?" I nodded. "I know how it sounds, but it was real. Every second of it was real." He ran a hand through his hair. "I need to tell you something. When I was looking at apartments, the landlord mentioned something about the previous tenant. He disappeared one night, just vanished, leaving all his stuff behind. They found the apartment door locked from the inside, but no sign of him. The police never figured it out. And you didn't think to mention this before? I thought it was just a story, to explain why the rent was so cheap. Old buildings always have stories. I stood up, my legs still unsteady. Well, now you got your own story. Good luck with that place, man. I need to go home and sleep for about a week. Wait, Mike called as I started walking away. What should I do? I just signed a year lease. I turned back. The morning sun was bright, making the old Victorian house look almost cheerful, almost normal. Get some sage, I said. Lots of sage. And whatever you do, don't stay there alone at night. Mike moved out 3 weeks later, breaking his lease and losing his security deposit. The apartment is empty again now. Sometimes when I drive past at night, I think I see movement in the windows. A darker shadow against the darkness. Something waiting. I don't drive down that street anymore. The banging started 3 days after I moved in. Not the usual apartment noises, pipes, footsteps, or doors closing. This was different. Sharp, deliberate thuds against the wall we shared. That's when everything went to hell. I should have known better than to rent apartment 4B at Oakwood Heights. The price was too good for downtown Chicago, and the building manager seemed too eager to get me to sign the lease. But after my divorce, I needed a fresh start, and this place seemed perfect, or so I thought. The first 2 nights were quiet. I spent them unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and trying to make the place feel like home. The walls were a bland beige, and the carpet had seen better days, but the windows offered a decent view of the city, and the kitchen was recently renovated. It wasn't much, but it was mine. On the 3rd night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it. Thud. Then again, thud. Like someone was hitting the wall with their fist. I checked my phone, 11:42 p.m. Too late for home improvements, too rhythmic for random noise. Hey, I shouted, hitting the wall back. The sound stopped immediately. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Nothing. Just as I was about to dismiss it as a one-time thing, it started again. Thud, thud, thud. I got up, pulled on a t-shirt over my pajama pants, and walked to the wall. The banging continued, steady as a metronome. I pressed my ear against the wall. The sound was clearer now, definitely coming from the other side. Cut it out! I yelled louder this time. No response, just more banging. I grabbed my phone and pulled up the building's tenant directory. Apartment 4C, no name listed. Great. The banging continued for another hour before stopping abruptly. I barely slept that night, waiting for it to start again. The next day at work, I could barely focus. My eyes kept closing during meetings, and I must have drunk 6 cups of coffee before lunch. My coworker, Sarah, noticed. Rough night, Mike? She asked, leaning against my cubicle. New neighbor's a nightmare, I said, rubbing my eyes. Kept banging on the wall all night. Did you talk to them? Going to tonight if it happens again. It did happen again. Same time, same rhythm. Thud, thud, thud. I threw off my covers and stormed into the hallway. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as I stood in front of 4C's door. My fist was raised to knock when I noticed something odd. No light showed through the gap under the door. I knocked anyway. The banging inside continued. Hey, I called out. It's your neighbor from 4B. We need to talk about the noise. No answer, just more banging. I tried the handle. It turned easily, unlocked. A chill ran down my spine, but I was too angry to care. I pushed the door open. The apartment was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no curtains, nothing on the walls. Just bare floors and blank walls. The banging stopped the moment I stepped inside. My heart pounded in my chest as I flipped the light switch. Nothing happened. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing peeling wallpaper and dust-covered floors. No footprints except my own. I walked through each room, living room, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, all empty. No signs anyone had lived there for months, maybe years. My hands shook as I dialed the building manager's number. Mr. Chen, it's Mike Harrison in 4B who lives in 4C. 4C, nobody. Been vacant 6 months, why? I hung up without answering. The banging started again, but this time it came from behind me, from my own apartment. I ran back to 4B, slamming the door behind me. The banging followed me from room to room. In the bedroom, in the kitchen, in the bathroom. Always just on the other side of whatever wall I was nearest to. I grabbed my laptop and searched for other rentals in the area. The banging grew louder, more insistent. My hands trembled as I typed. The sound moved to the ceiling, then the floor, surrounding me. I threw some clothes in a bag and ran out. I spent the night in my car in a Walmart parking lot, engine running for heat. The next morning I called in sick to work and went to a coffee shop to figure out my next move. My phone buzzed. A text from the building manager. Tenants complained about noise from your unit last night. Please keep it down. I didn't go back to the apartment for 2 days. I stayed with Sarah from work, sleeping on her couch, and trying to convince myself I had imagined everything. But I knew I hadn't. When I finally returned to get more of my things, the banging started the moment I opened the door. But now it was different, faster, angrier. I grabbed what I could and left. I broke my lease that day, lost my security deposit, and had to pay a penalty. Mr. Chen seemed unsurprised when I told him I was leaving, though I didn't tell him why. As I carried out my last box, I heard the banging one final time, not from inside the walls, but from the empty apartment across the hall. I didn't look back. I found a new place on the other side of the city. It costs more, and the commute is worse, but at least it's quiet. Sometimes at night, though, when everything is still, I catch myself listening for that sound. Thud, thud, thud. Last week I drove past Oakwood Heights. There was a "For Rent" sign in the window of 4B. I wanted to warn the next tenant, tell them what happened, but who would believe me? They'll find out soon enough. I still check the building's rental listings online sometimes. 4B and 4C are always available, no matter how many times they're rented. The prices keep getting lower. And every few months I see police reports about noise complaints from that floor. Always at night, always described the same way. Thud, thud, thud. I've tried to research the building's history, looking for similar stories or past incidents. But there's nothing unusual in the records. No deaths, no crimes, nothing that would explain what I experienced. Just a steady stream of short-term tenants in those 2 apartments. Sometimes I wonder if I should have stayed, tried to figure out what was happening. But then I remember the empty apartment, the sound that followed me, the feeling of being surrounded by something I couldn't see or understand. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. I've moved on with my life. Got a promotion at work, started dating again. But I keep a bag packed by my door just in case. And I always check the adjacent units before signing a lease. Last month, Sarah told me she was looking for a new apartment. She mentioned a great deal she found at Oakwood Heights. I talked her out of it without explaining why. Some places are best avoided even if you can't explain the reason. The banging hasn't followed me to my new place. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear it in the distance, that same steady rhythm, getting closer. Thud, thud, thud. I try to tell myself it's just my imagination, just the lingering effects of those terrifying nights. But deep down, I know better. Whatever was in that building, whatever caused those sounds, it's still there, waiting for the next tenant, the next person desperate enough or unlucky enough to rent apartment 4B. I've thought about calling the police, the building inspector, anyone who might investigate. But what would I tell them? That an empty apartment makes noise? That the sounds follow you? They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I am. All I know is what I experienced. The empty rooms, the endless banging, the feeling of being pursued by something I couldn't see. It's not the kind of story people believe unless they've lived it themselves. Sometimes I drive by Oakwood Heights late at night. The windows of 4B and 4C are always dark, but if you listen carefully, if you park across the street and roll down your windows, you might hear it, that steady, rhythmic sound echoing through the night. Thud, thud, Thud. I won't go back. I can't. But I watch the rental listings and I read the police reports and I wonder about the others who've lived there since. How many of them heard the sounds? How many ran like I did? How many stayed? The building stands there still, looking normal enough in daylight. But at night, when the city quiets down, it has a different feel. Like it's waiting. Like it's hungry. I'm writing this down because someone should know the truth about apartments 4B and 4C at Oakwood Heights. Someone should understand what happens there. Maybe it will help the next person who hears the banging, who opens that empty apartment door, who realizes too late that some places aren't meant to be lived in. If you're reading this because you're thinking of renting there, don't. No matter how good the price, no matter how desperate you are, find somewhere else, anywhere else. And if you're reading this because you already live there, if you've heard the banging, if you've seen the empty apartment, run. Don't wait like I did. Don't try to understand it. Just get out. The sound will follow you for a while. You'll hear it in your dreams, in quiet moments, in the spaces between thoughts. But eventually it will fade. Eventually you'll be able to sleep through the night again. Just don't look back. Don't check the empty apartment. Don't try to solve the mystery. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some doors are better left closed. And if you ever hear that sound again, that steady rhythmic banging, don't investigate. Don't try to find the source, just run. Run as far and as fast as you can. Because once you open that door, once you see the empty rooms and feel the presence that lives in those walls, you'll never be the same. You'll always be listening, always waiting, always wondering when you'll hear it again. Thud, thud, thud. I need to tell you what happened to me last night. My hands are still shaking while I type this. The coffee in my cup ripples with each tremor. I haven't slept. I can't sleep. Not after what I saw on Highway 16. I drive that stretch of road twice a month to visit my daughter in Millbrook. It's a 4-hour trip through nothing but desert and scrubland. Yesterday's drive started like any other. I left Phoenix at 8 p.m. after finishing my late shift at the warehouse. The temperature had dropped to 72 degrees. My old Ford pickup hummed along at 65 Malinuiru. The radio only picked up static. By 11 p.m. I hadn't seen another car for at least an hour. The moon hung full and bright in a cloudless sky. My headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty road ahead and the occasional cactus or tumbleweed along the shoulder. The air conditioning worked overtime against the lingering heat. I checked my gas gauge, just under half a tank. Enough to reach the next station, still 90 miles ahead. I grabbed my lukewarm coffee from the cup holder and took a swig. The bitter liquid helped keep my eyes open. That's when I first saw it in my rearview mirror. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or a trick of the moonlight. A dark shape moved across the road about 200 yards behind me. It was too big to be a coyote, too fast to be a person. The shape seemed to glide rather than run. I blinked hard and looked again. The shape was closer now, maybe 150 yards back. My grip tightened on the steering wheel. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the AC. In the mirror, I could make out more details. The thing stood at least 7 feet tall. Its body was thin, unnaturally thin, like a skeleton wrapped in black leather. Long arms hung down past its knees. It moved in a jerky, uneven way that made my stomach turn. I pressed the accelerator. The pickup's engine roared as the speedometer climbed past 75. A quick glance in the mirror showed the creature keeping pace. Its movements became more fluid at the higher speed, more predatory. My heart pounded against my ribs. The steering wheel felt slick under my sweaty palms. I pushed the truck faster, 80, 85, 90 manikumasna. The engine whined in protest. The whole vehicle shuddered. Another look in the mirror. The thing was closer, maybe 100 yards now. I could see its head, hairless and elongated, like a stretched-out human skull. No visible eyes, just dark hollows where eyes should be. Its mouth hung open, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. No, no, I muttered. My foot pressed the accelerator to the floor. The speedometer reached 95. Empty coffee cups rattled in the cup holders. The truck's frame groaned from the strain. The creature matched my speed effortlessly. Its long limbs moved in impossible ways as it closed the distance between us. 80 yards, 60 yards, 50 yards. I swerved into the oncoming lane, then back again, trying to shake it. The pickup's tires squealed. The thing followed my movements exactly, staying directly behind me. 40 yards now. My chest felt tight. Each breath came in short gasps. Spots danced at the edges of my vision. The road ahead blurred as tears of panic filled my eyes. I wiped them away with a shaking hand. When I looked in the mirror again, the creature was gone. For a moment, relief flooded through me. Then I heard it, a sound like fingernails on metal coming from the bed of my truck. It was on the pickup. The entire vehicle lurched as something heavy landed in the truck bed. The rear suspension groaned. Metal creaked and popped. Those long, skeletal fingers appeared at the edges of my rear window. They were bone white, each ending in a sharp black claw. The fingers tensed, and I heard the screech of claws dragging across glass. I yanked the wheel hard to the left, then right. The pickup fishtailed wildly. The tires howled. But the thing held on. The rear window exploded inward. Glass shards rained down on my neck and shoulders. Cold air rushed in, carrying a smell like rotting meat and burnt metal. I heard its breathing behind me, wet, ragged sounds that made my skin crawl. Something sharp scraped against the back of my seat. Without thinking, I slammed on the brakes. The truck's tires locked up. We skidded sideways across both lanes. The creature tumbled forward over the cab with an inhuman shriek. I saw it roll across the hood and hit the pavement. As soon as the truck stopped sliding, I threw it in reverse. The tires spun for a moment before finding grip. I backed up as fast as I dared, aiming the front bumper at the thing as it got to its feet. Its movements were jerky again as it straightened up. In the headlights, I could see its skin. Not black leather like I'd thought, but something rougher. Like burn scars stretched over bone. I floored the accelerator. The pickup shot backward. The creature dove to the side at the last second. I yanked the wheel, trying to clip it with the bumper, but missed. Throwing the truck into drive, I spun the wheel hard. The pickup swung around in a wide arc, tires screaming. As soon as I faced forward again, I punched the gas. The thing was already running alongside the truck. Those long arms reached for my door, claws scraped against metal. I swerved toward it, trying to force it off the road. It leaped away easily, then came right back. We were doing at least 70 miles per hour. My side mirror exploded as one of those arms smashed it. I heard claws puncture the door panel. The whole truck shuddered as the creature tried to pull itself closer. Up ahead, I spotted a guardrail where the road curved around a steep drop-off. An idea hit me. Probably suicide, but better than letting this thing get me. I kept the gas floored as we approached the curve. The creature clung to my door, trying to find purchase on the smooth metal. Those empty eye sockets stared directly at me through the window. At the last possible second, I cranked the wheel away from the curve. The pickup's tires left the pavement. We went airborne for a moment as we jumped the guardrail. The creature lost its grip. I caught a glimpse of it tumbling away into the darkness as the truck began to fall. The impact knocked the wind out of me. The pickup rolled once, twice, 3 times down the rocky slope. Metal crunched, glass shattered. My seatbelt dug into my chest. When the truck finally stopped rolling, it was on its wheels. The engine was dead. Steam hissed from the crumpled hood. Every part of my body hurt. I fumbled with the seatbelt release. My fingers felt thick and clumsy. Blood dripped into my eyes from a cut on my forehead. A sound from above made me freeze. Rocks clattered down the slope. Something was moving in the darkness. The seatbelt finally came loose. I fell sideways against the door, my whole body screaming in pain. The door handle felt miles away. More rocks tumbled down. Closer now. I could hear that wet breathing again. My trembling fingers found the handle. I pushed the door open and fell out onto the ground. Sharp rocks dug into my palms as I tried to crawl away from the truck. A thud behind me. The creature had reached the bottom of the slope. I forced myself to my feet. Pain shot through my left ankle. Probably sprained. I stumbled forward anyway, limping as fast as I could. The moonlight cast my shadow ahead of me on the rocky ground. A second shadow appeared, stretching long and distorted beside mine. I didn't look back. I just ran. Each step sent daggers of pain up my leg. My lungs burned. Blood and sweat stung my eyes. Something grabbed my jacket from behind. Claws scraped against my back as I tore free, leaving the jacket in the creature's grip. Up ahead I saw lights. A highway. Different from the one I'd been on. But a highway meant cars, people, safety. The thing behind me shrieked, a sound like metal grinding on metal. It echoed off the rocks. My ears rang. 20 yards to the highway. 15. 10. Headlights appeared around the bend, an 18-wheeler. I waved my arms frantically. The truck's horn blared. Its brakes squealed. I dove toward the shoulder as it roared past. When I looked back, the creature was gone. I collapsed on the gravel, gasping for air. My whole body shook. The taste of blood and bile filled my mouth. More vehicles passed. Eventually, someone stopped. An older couple in an RV. They called an ambulance. The paramedics found me in shock, babbling about the thing that chased me. The police searched the area but found nothing. No tracks. No claw marks on my truck. They blamed the crash on fatigue, said I was lucky to survive. But I know what I saw. I know what chased me on that empty stretch of Highway 16. I'm writing this from my daughter's house in Millbrook. She picked me up from the hospital this morning. The doctors say I have a concussion, 3 broken ribs, and a sprained ankle. Could have been much worse. I'll never drive that road at night again. During the day, maybe, when the sun is high and bright. But not at night. Not with that thing out there. Sometimes I catch myself staring at the shadows in the corners of rooms, looking for movement, listening for that wet, ragged breathing. And every time I close my eyes, I see those empty black sockets staring back at me through my truck window. I see those long, skeletal fingers reaching. I feel those claws scraping against metal, getting closer and closer. I know it's still out there, waiting in the darkness, hunting. If you're ever driving on Highway 16 late at night and you see something strange in your rearview mirror, something tall and thin moving too fast, too smoothly, don't slow down. Don't stop. Just drive. Drive as fast as you can, and pray it isn't hungry. I never should have gone running that Sunday. That's what I keep telling myself now, sitting here in my living room with all the lights on and my heart still racing. What happened today changed everything. I need to write this down while it's fresh, while I can still remember every detail. Maybe then someone will believe me. It started at 6:45 a.m. I remember checking my watch before leaving the house. The streets were empty, like they always are early Sunday morning. The air felt cool against my face as I jogged down my driveway and headed toward Wilson Park. I'd done this route hundreds of times before, 3 miles through the park, around the lake, and back home. Standard stuff. The first mile went normally. My breath came out in white puffs in the morning air. My shoes hit the pavement in a steady rhythm. Left, right, right. The familiar burn built up in my calves. I passed the old oak tree at the park entrance, its branches bare in the winter air. The gravel crunched under my feet as I turned onto the trail that circles the lake. That's when I first felt it, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. You know that feeling when someone's watching you. It was like that, but stronger. I glanced over my shoulder but saw nothing except the empty path behind me. I picked up my pace slightly, telling myself I was being paranoid. The park was deserted. I hadn't seen another soul since leaving my house. But the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got stronger. I heard it before I saw it. A soft shuffling sound like something dragging across the gravel. It was maybe 30 feet behind me. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head slowly to the left. still running. My legs almost gave out. There was something following me on the path. At first glance, it looked like a large dog. But dogs don't move like that. This thing, it walked on 4 legs, but they were too long, too jointed in the wrong places. Its body was dark, almost black, and seemed to shift and ripple as it moved, like oil flowing over muscle. I ran faster, my heart hammered in my chest. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The shuffling sound behind me sped up too. I could hear it clearly now, a wet, sliding noise punctuated by the click of claws on gravel. I made the mistake of looking back again. It was closer now, maybe 20 feet behind me. I could see its face. Jesus Christ, its face. No eyes that I could see, just smooth, dark skin stretched tight over a skull that was too long, too pointed. Its mouth hung slightly open, showing rows of needle-thin teeth. I sprinted. Everything they tell you about proper running form went out the window. I just ran, arms pumping, feet pounding the trail. My lungs burned. The thing behind me made a sound, a high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. I reached the north end of the park and burst out onto Cedar Street. My house was still a mile away. The shuffling got louder, closer. I could smell it now, a musty, rotting odor that made my stomach turn. My legs felt like lead. I couldn't maintain this pace much longer. I risked another look back. The creature had closed the distance to about 10 feet. As I watched, its mouth opened wider than any animal should be able to, revealing a throat that seemed to go on forever, lined with those horrible teeth. I cut through the Andersons' yard, jumping their fence in one desperate leap. My ankle twisted as I landed, but adrenaline kept me going. Behind me, I heard wood splinter as the creature crashed through the fence like it was made of paper. 5 blocks to go. 4. 3. My vision started to blur at the edges. My chest felt like it was going to explode. The thing's breathing grew louder, a wet, raspy sound that seemed to fill my head. I fumbled for my house keys as I ran, nearly dropping them twice. 2 blocks. 1. My driveway never looked so good. I could hear the creature's claws clicking on the asphalt right behind me. I reached my front door, shoved the key in, and practically fell inside. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then slid down to sit on the floor, gasping for air. Through the small window in the door, I saw it. The creature stood at the bottom of my porch steps, completely still. Its skin rippled and shifted in the morning light. That pointed, eyeless face tilted to one side, like it was studying me. Its mouth opened again, showing those endless rows of teeth. We stayed like that for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Me on the floor, heart threatening to burst out of my chest, the creature watching from the yard. Then slowly, it lowered its head in what almost looked like a nod. It turned and walked away, movement still wrong, still too fluid for anything with bones. I watched until it disappeared around the corner. Then I got up, locked every door and window in the house and closed all the blinds. That was 6 hours ago. I haven't moved from my living room chair since then. The sun is setting now. Shadows are growing longer outside. I keep thinking I see movement in the yard through gaps in the blinds. And something is scratching at my back door. I know it's out there, waiting. I know it followed me home. And I know, with a certainty that makes me want to scream, that it's not going away. My watch shows 7:13 p.m. The scratching is getting louder. I think it's trying to get in. The door hinges are creaking now. Metal groans against metal. I should run. I should call someone. But my body won't move. All I can do is sit here and listen as the scratching gets louder and louder. End note found on James Mitchell's laptop. No trace of Mitchell was ever found in the house. The back door was still locked from the inside, but deep scratches marked the wood around the doorknob. The investigation remains open. I know what I saw that night at Dan's house. The shadow under his study door wasn't cast by anything natural. And what followed me home, I still feel it some nights. sitting there, watching. But let me start from the beginning. I need to get this down exactly as it happened. It was Tuesday, October 12th. I remember because I had just finished my quarterly sales report at work, and Dan had invited me over to celebrate with a drink. We'd been friends since college, 20 years now. The clock on my dashboard read 7:43 p.m. when I pulled into his driveway. Dan lived in one of those old Victorian houses on Maple Street. 3 stories, white paint peeling around the windows, black shutters that needed replacing. The porch light flickered as I walked up the cracked concrete steps. A gust of cold wind hit my face when Dan opened the door. "Mike, come in, come in. Got that bourbon I've been saving." Dan's enthusiasm seemed forced. Dark circles hung under his eyes, and his normally neat beard had grown patchy. He'd lost weight since I'd last seen him 2 months ago. I followed him through the narrow front hall into his living room. Family photos lined the walls. Dan with his wife Sarah before the divorce. Their daughter Emma's graduation picture from last year. The house felt colder than it should have, even for October. "Everything okay?" I asked, settling into his worn leather armchair. "You look tired." Dan's hand shook slightly as he poured the bourbon. "Yeah, just work's been hell. The merger's not going well." He handed me a glass and sat heavily on the couch. "Plus, this old house keeps making weird noises at night. Probably need to get the heating checked." We talked about normal things for a while. Work, sports, his daughter's college applications. But Dan kept glancing toward the hallway that led to his study. His eyes would dart over, then quickly back to me. After the 3rd time, I noticed his fingers drumming rapidly on his knee. "Need to use the bathroom," I said around 9 p.m. The bourbon had hit my bladder. "Upstairs one's broken. Use the one past my study," Dan said quickly. Too quickly. The hallway was dark. Only a thin line of light showed under the study door about halfway down. As I walked past, the light disappeared, completely blocked by something moving on the other side. A shadow, sliding by like someone walking. But I hadn't heard any footsteps. I stopped. "Dan? Someone in your study?" "What? No, I'm right here." His voice carried from the living room, tighter than before. I stood there, staring at the door. The shadow had been solid black, too dark for just someone walking past a lamp. And now that I thought about it, I hadn't seen any light fixtures on in that room when we'd arrived. The bathroom suddenly seemed less urgent. I walked quickly back to the living room. Dan was standing now, empty glass clenched in his hand. "Think I should head home," I said. "Early meeting tomorrow." Dan nodded too fast. Yeah. Thanks for coming by." He practically rushed me to the front door. As I stepped outside, he grabbed my arm. His fingers dug in hard enough to hurt. "Mike," he swallowed, "just keep your lights on at night, okay?" I drove home unsettled. The conversation played over in my head. Dan's nervous glances, his jumpiness, that weird warning, and that shadow. It hadn't moved like a normal shadow, more like thick smoke, but completely black. My house was dark when I pulled up. I'd forgotten to leave the porch light on. The key scraped against the lock 3 times before I got it in. Inside, I flipped on every switch I passed. The lights pushed the darkness into corners, but they couldn't touch the unease crawling up my spine. I did my normal routine, jacket on the hook, shoes by the door, phone plugged in to charge. Mundane actions to convince myself everything was fine. The bathroom mirror showed my face pale under the fluorescent lights. I splashed cold water on my cheeks and got ready for bed. Sleep wouldn't come. I lay there staring at the ceiling, replaying that shadow sliding under Dan's study door. The heating kicked on with a rattle that made me jump. 11:47 p.m. The bedside clock read in harsh red numbers. That's when I felt it. A slight depression at the foot of my bed, like someone sitting down. The mattress dipped, springs creaking softly. But there was nothing there. My body went rigid. The weight shifted slightly, settling. The room's temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My heart slammed against my ribs as sweat broke out across my forehead. I wanted to sit up, to turn on the lamp, to run. But my muscles wouldn't respond. The invisible presence sat there, heavy and undeniable. Minutes stretched like hours. The only sound was my shallow breathing and the blood rushing in my ears. Finally, I managed to whisper, "Who's there?" The weight disappeared instantly, but I felt something move through the darkness. A brush of cold air across my face like someone walking past. The bedroom door creaked softly. I lay there until dawn, rigid under the covers, ears straining for any sound. When sunlight finally crept through the windows, I called in sick to work. I needed to talk to Dan. His house looked different in daylight, just an old Victorian needing paint and repairs. I knocked for 5 minutes. No answer. His car sat in the driveway, but the curtains were drawn. I tried calling, straight to voicemail. I left 3 messages before driving home. That night, I put off going to bed as long as possible. I watched mindless TV until my eyes burned, but eventually, exhaustion won. I made sure every light in the house was on before climbing under the covers at 2 a.m. The weight returned. This time, I felt it sink into the mattress as soon as I lay down, heavier than before. The temperature plummeted until I could see my breath in the lamplight. I squeezed my eyes shut. "What do you want?" No response. Just that crushing presence at my feet. My legs went numb from the cold radiating from the invisible visitor. It stayed longer this time. Hours, maybe. I lost track. When it finally left, the sun was rising. My alarm showed 6:47 a.m. I called Dan again. Voicemail. I drove past his house on the way to work. His car hadn't moved. The curtains remained drawn. The pattern continued for days. Every night the presence would come. Sometimes it just sat there. Other times it would move around the room. I'd feel it brush past me, cold spots tracking its movement. Small objects would shift position. My keys on the dresser, books on the nightstand, clothes I'd laid out for the next day. I stopped sleeping more than an hour or 2 at a time. Dark circles appeared under my eyes. My hands shook constantly. Coworkers started asking if I was sick. Still no word from Dan. After a week, I called his daughter Emma. Her voice was tight with worry. "I haven't heard from him in days," she said. "His work says he hasn't been in." I was about to call the police. "I'll check on him," I said. "I have a spare key from when I watched his house last summer." The key felt ice cold in my hand as I approached Dan's front door that evening. The house loomed above me, all sharp angles and shadows in the setting sun. No lights showed through any windows. The door creaked open into darkness. The air inside felt thick, stale, like no one had opened a window in days. "Dan?" My voice echoed in the empty hallway. No response. I found the light switch. Nothing happened. The bulb must have burned out. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate through the house. The living room was exactly as I'd left it a week ago. Empty glasses still on the coffee table. Dan's jacket draped over the couch. A thin layer of dust covered everything. My light beam reached the study door. It stood slightly ajar now. As I watched, it slowly swung wider. The darkness beyond seemed to pulse, to breathe. I should have run. Every instinct screamed to get out. But I had to know what happened to Dan. The study air felt like ice. My phone light showed Dan's desk, papers scattered across it. A half-empty coffee mug, rings of mold floating on the surface. And on the floor, a piece of paper covered in Dan's frantic handwriting. Most was illegible, but I made out a few phrases. "It followed me home. Can't sleep. They're getting stronger. More of them now. Should never have opened that door." Movement caught my eye. A shadow, darker than the darkness around it, slid across the wall. Another joined it. Then another. They moved like smoke but seemed solid enough to swallow my phone's light. The temperature dropped further. My breath came out in white clouds. The shadows converged, flowing together into a mass of absolute blackness. I ran. Through the hall, past the living room, out the front door. I didn't stop until I reached my car. That was 3 days ago. I haven't been back to Dan's house. The police are looking for him now. They found his car in the garage, a half tank of gas, no signs of foul play, just an empty house and a missing man. But I know what happened. The shadows took him. The same ones that visit me every night now. There are more of them each time. Last night I counted 5 distinct weights on my bed. They stay longer, move more boldly. I haven't slept in 48 hours. The shadows in the corners of my vision grow darker, more solid. They follow me during the day now. I see them sliding along walls at work, flowing under doors, gathering in empty rooms. I'm writing this at my kitchen table. It's 11:23 p.m. Soon I'll have to go to bed. I can already feel the temperature dropping. The darkness beyond my light seems thicker than it should be. They're waiting for me. I know that now. Whatever they did to Dan, they're going to do to me. Maybe they already are. Each night, the cold seeps deeper into my bones. My thoughts move slower. Sometimes I catch myself staring into shadows, watching them pulse and shift. I should run, leave everything behind and drive until I find somewhere bright enough to keep them away. But I know it wouldn't matter. They followed Dan home that first time. They'd follow me too. The lights just flickered. I can feel them gathering. The darkness breathes around me. I have to go to bed now. They're calling. If anyone finds this, stay in the light. And if you see a shadow move wrong, run. Run before they notice you. Run before they follow you home. Run before they sit on your bed in the dark, waiting. But it's too late for me. They're here. I never wanted to write this down, but I need to tell someone what happened. Maybe then I can sleep again without checking every corner of my bedroom or jumping at every creak in the floorboards. It started 3 months ago when I bought Charlie, the African gray parrot. Looking back, I should have known something was wrong from the first day. I live alone in a 2-story house in suburban Massachusetts. After my divorce last year, the silence started getting to me. The empty rooms seemed to mock my solitude. That's why I decided to get a pet. Dogs were too much work with my accounting job, and cats made me sneeze. A parrot seemed perfect, intelligent company without the neediness of a dog. I found Charlie on Craigslist. The previous owner, Mrs. Henderson, was moving into assisted living and couldn't keep him. When I arrived at her house, something felt off. The place smelled like mothballs and rotting wood, and Mrs. Henderson's hands shook as she handed me Charlie's cage. She wouldn't look me in the eye. "He's a good bird," she said, her voice trembling. "Just don't let him out at night. And if he starts talking strange, maybe it's best to..." She stopped herself and pushed the cage into my hands. "The fee is waived. Just take him." I should have asked more questions, but Charlie looked healthy. Slate gray feathers, bright eyes, and alert posture. He even said hello in a perfect human voice when I approached. I figured Mrs. Henderson was just a weird old lady. I took Charlie home that afternoon. The first week was normal. Charlie learned my name quickly and picked up phrases I commonly used, like "time for work" and "want some coffee?" He was quiet at night and seemed well adjusted. I started leaving his cage door open during the day so he could stretch his wings, though he rarely flew around. Then the weird stuff started. I woke up one night to the sound of a woman laughing. Not just any laugh. A specific kind of laugh, high-pitched and breathy, like someone trying to stifle their amusement. It came from downstairs. My heart racing, I grabbed the baseball bat I keep under my bed and crept down the stairs. The laughing stopped. When I reached the living room, only Charlie was there, perched on top of his cage in the dark. He cocked his head at me and said, "Hello, James," in that same breathy, feminine voice I'd heard laughing. I nearly dropped the bat. "Charlie?" He ruffled his feathers and went back to sleep. The next morning, I convinced myself it was just a weird dream. African greys are known for their vocal abilities. He must have picked up that laugh from TV or his previous owner. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The laugh had sounded so specific, so personal, like someone I should remember. A few days later, I was working from home when Charlie started speaking in what sounded like multiple voices having a conversation. I recorded it on my phone. "Don't go in there." Man's voice, deep and urgent. "But I have to see." Woman's voice, different from the laugh. "Please no, you'll wake it." Child's voice. "Time to sleep now." Elderly woman, raspy. Each voice was distinct with different accents and emotions. When I approached Charlie, he stopped and started preening his feathers like nothing had happened. I played the recording for my sister on the phone, but she said it just sounded like normal parrot mimicry. That's when things escalated. I started finding objects moved around the house. Small things at first. My coffee mug on the other side of the counter, my keys in different drawers, my shoes lined up differently than I'd left them. I installed a security camera in the living room, but the footage showed nothing except Charlie occasionally flying from his cage to the window and back. The night sounds got worse. Footsteps on the stairs when I was alone in bed. Whispered conversations I couldn't quite make out. The sound of doors opening and closing. Every time I investigated, I'd find Charlie awake in his cage, watching me with those intelligent eyes. One morning, I came downstairs to find all my kitchen cabinet doors wide open. Charlie sat on the counter, picking at some spilled cereal. "Did you do this?" I asked him. He turned to me and said in Mrs. Henderson's shaky voice, "They come at night, James. They've always come at night." I called Mrs. Henderson's daughter and asked about Charlie's history. She told me they'd bought him from a pet store 5 years ago, but the store had no record of where he came from before that. Mrs. Henderson had started acting strange about 2 years after getting Charlie, talking about voices in the house, claiming objects moved on their own. Her daughter thought it was early dementia. The final straw came last week. I woke up at 3 a.m. to the sound of Charlie screeching. Not a normal parrot screech, but a human scream of terror. I ran downstairs and found him flying in circles around the living room. Every single piece of furniture had been pushed against the walls, creating a clear space in the center of the room. Charlie landed on my shoulder, his claws digging into my skin. In my ear, he whispered in a child's voice I'd never heard before, "They're dancing again." I looked at the empty space in the middle of the room. For a split second, I thought I saw movement, like heat waves rising from hot pavement, but in the shape of people. The temperature dropped so fast I could see my breath. That's when Charlie spoke in a voice that made my blood freeze. It was deep, inhuman, like gravel being crushed. "They were here before you, James. Before the house, before the town. They dance every night, and now they teach me their songs." I broke out in a cold sweat. "Who teaches you?" "The ones who never left." Charlie's head twisted 180 degrees to look behind us. "The ones who watch you sleep." I ran upstairs, locked myself in my bedroom, and spent the rest of the night listening to footsteps and whispers in the hallway. The next morning, I called every pet store and bird sanctuary within 100 miles. Finally, a small rescue center 2 towns over agreed to take Charlie. I drove him there that afternoon, ignoring the way he kept repeating, "They'll follow you," in different voices. As I handed his cage to the rescue worker, Charlie spoke one last time. It wasn't in any of his usual voices. It wasn't even in a human voice. The sound came from deep in his throat, like multiple voices speaking in harmony. "They're not attached to me, James. I just learned their songs. They've always lived in your house. Check the basement wall where the old door used to be. They're waiting for you to find them." I haven't been back to my house since. I'm writing this from a hotel room, trying to decide what to do. The thing is, I never told Charlie about the old door in the basement. I found it 2 weeks after moving in. A bricked-up doorway behind some storage shelves. I never mentioned it to anyone. The rescue center called yesterday. Charlie hasn't made a sound since I left him there. He just sits on his perch, staring at the wall. But they told me something else. Something that makes me question everything. They did a DNA test as part of their intake process. Charlie isn't an African gray parrot. They don't know what he is. I've been looking through historical records of my house. 3 families have lived there before me. Each one moved out suddenly, without explanation. The records go back to 1887 when the house was built. But here's the detail that keeps me awake at night. The original basement extended beyond that bricked-up doorway. It was sealed off in 1889 after all 7 members of the first family disappeared. Their bodies were never found. I know I should sell the house and move on. That would be the rational thing to do. But Charlie's last words keep echoing in my head. They're waiting for me to find them. And sometimes, late at night in this hotel room, I hear that familiar, high-pitched laugh coming from the darkness. Maybe they followed me after all. Or maybe they were never just in the house to begin with. I keep thinking about what Mrs. Henderson said when she gave me Charlie. If he starts talking strange, maybe it's best to... What was she going to say? What did she know? The rescue center called again this morning. Charlie escaped during the night. They say it's impossible. His cage was locked, the windows were closed, and the security cameras showed nothing. But he's gone. I'm writing this in case something happens to me. If you're reading this and you see a gray parrot that speaks in multiple voices, don't take him home. Don't listen to the voices he's learned. And whatever you do, don't let him tell you about what he sees in the dark. Because now I know the truth. Charlie wasn't haunted. He wasn't possessed. He was just the messenger. And some messages are better left undelivered. I'm going back to the house tonight. I have to know what's behind that basement wall. I have to know why they chose my house, my parrot, me. I've bought a sledgehammer and a flashlight. I'll update this if I make it back. If I don't, well, just remember what I said about the parrot. And if you hear a woman's laugh in the dark, don't assume it's coming from a bird, because Charlie taught me one thing. Some voices don't need a body to speak, and some stories don't need to be told to be true. I should have kept driving. That's what I tell myself now, months later, when I wake up at 3 a.m. with my heart pounding and sweat soaking through my sheets. I should have ignored my growling stomach, the heavy pull of my eyelids, and the warning light on my dashboard telling me I had 50 miles of gas left. But I didn't. I stopped at that diner, and now I can't stop thinking about what I found there. The sign caught my eye first. Betty's 24-hour diner in red neon against the black Nevada sky. Mile marker 237 on Route 50, about 4 hours east of Reno. I'd been driving for 19 hours straight, trying to make it from Seattle to Denver for my dad's funeral. My sister had called yesterday morning, heart attack, sudden, no warning. I needed to be there by tomorrow afternoon. I pulled into the gravel parking lot. 3 other cars were there, a blue Chevy pickup from the 90s, a red Honda Civic, and a white Crown Victoria that looked like an old police car. The lot's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, drawing circles of moths. The diner's windows glowed yellow. Through the glass, I saw the typical setup: counter with red vinyl stools, booths along the windows, pictures of food on the walls. A radio played something that sounded like old country music, turned down low. I couldn't make out the words. I pushed open the glass door. A bell jingled above my head. The smell hit me first: coffee, grilled onions, and something sweet like pie. But no one came to greet me. "Hello?" I called out. My voice echoed slightly against the linoleum floor. No answer. I walked further in, my boots squeaking. "Anyone here?" The music played softly from a radio behind the counter. Patsy Cline, I realized. Crazy. But it was scratchy, like it was coming through bad reception. A ceiling fan spun slowly overhead. The air felt thick and warm, despite the desert night outside. My t-shirt stuck to my back. I looked down the counter. Coffee pots sat on warmers, steam rising. A plate of eggs and hash browns waited under a heat lamp. A bell sat on the counter with a sign that read, "Ring for service." I rang it. The sound cut through the music sharply. Nothing happened. "Hello?" I tried again, louder this time. "I'd like to order something." Still nothing. I walked behind the counter, peering through the service window into the kitchen. Grills were on, their surfaces gleaming. A pot of soup bubbled on a back burner. But no cook, no waitress, no busboy. That's when I noticed the booth in the corner. 2 plates of food sat on the table. A half-eaten burger with fries scattered across the plate. and a club sandwich with one bite taken out of it. Both had condensation beating on the lettuce like they'd been sitting there a while. 2 glasses of ice water were nearly full, the ice unmelted. A purse hung on the coat hook by the booth. My hands felt cold. Something was wrong here. People don't just walk away from their meals like this. I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. I walked to the kitchen door and pushed it open. Anyone back here? Everything okay? The kitchen was spotless except for a single pan on the stove, still sizzling with what looked like a burger patty burning black. A knife lay on a cutting board next to a half-sliced tomato. The walk-in refrigerator hummed. My heart started beating faster. I walked to the refrigerator and pulled the handle. Cold air rushed out. Empty shelves stretched back into darkness. I let the door swing shut. Back in the dining room, I noticed things I hadn't before. A jacket draped over one of the counter stools, keys sitting on a table, a newspaper folded open to the crossword, pencil resting across it. The coffee pots began to make a burning smell. I turned them off. I went to the front door and looked out at the parking lot. The 3 cars sat exactly where they had been. No movement, no sound except the buzz of the lights and that scratchy radio behind me. I should leave, I thought. Get in my car and drive until I hit the next town. But something held me there. I needed to know what happened here. I checked the office behind the register. Papers scattered across the desk, including what looked like that day's receipts. The time clock showed 6 employees had punched in for the evening shift. None had punched out. The bathrooms were empty. The storage room was locked. I rattled the handle but couldn't get in. Back in the dining room, I sat at the counter and stared at my reflection in the mirror behind it. My face looked pale, dark circles under my eyes from driving all day. The music had changed to Johnny Cash now, but still that strange static underneath. I don't know how long I sat there. Maybe 5 minutes, maybe 30. The burger in the kitchen had stopped sizzling. The soup had stopped bubbling. The ceiling fan kept turning. A sound made me jump, just ice shifting in the untouched water glasses. My heart pounded. I stood up. This wasn't right. I needed to call someone, the police, the highway patrol, somebody. I walked to the door. It wouldn't open. I pushed harder. Nothing. The lock hadn't engaged. I could see it was still in the open position, but the door wouldn't move. I tried the other door. Same thing. I went to the windows and pressed my face against them, cupping my hands around my eyes to block the glare. The parking lot looked different. The lights were dimmer. Or maybe they were off completely and I was seeing things. The radio crackled louder for a moment. Through the static, I heard what sounded like voices, not singing, but talking. I couldn't make out the words. I ran to the counter and grabbed the phone. No dial tone. I jabbed the buttons anyway. Nothing. The ceiling fan was moving slower now. I watched it turn, counting the rotations. 1, 2, 3. It stopped. The coffee pots I'd turned off started gurgling again. Steam rose from them in the silence. That's when the lights went out. Not all at once. They flickered first, humming and buzzing like they were struggling. Then darkness slammed down like a door closing. My eyes couldn't adjust. It was pure black, the kind you get in caves. I couldn't even see my hand in front of my face. The radio kept playing. The static was louder now than the music. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking. The screen lit up, casting a blue glow. 2:37 a.m. Still no signal. I swept the phone's light around the diner. Everything looked wrong. The walls seemed further away. The counter seemed longer. The ceiling higher. The booth with the abandoned meals was empty now. Clean, like no one had ever sat there. I turned toward the windows. The parking lot was gone. Just darkness pressed against the glass. My phone's light began to dim. I knew the battery was nearly full. I'd charged it at my last stop. But the screen grew darker and darker until it went black. The static on the radio grew louder. The voices underneath became clearer. They were calling out names, times, places, numbers. I backed away from the counter until I hit the wall. My hands touched wallpaper, peeling and soft with age. That's when I smelled it. Dust and mold. The cooking smells were gone. The air felt cold. I slid along the wall until I found a window. My fingers left trails in a thick layer of dust on the glass. A light appeared outside, distant at first, then growing brighter. Headlights. A car was coming. I pounded on the window. "Hey, help, in here." The headlights grew closer. Through the filthy glass, I could just make out a car slowing down, pulling into the lot. My car, with me inside it. I watched myself park, saw myself look up at the glowing sign, watched myself walk toward the door. But there was no sign. No lights. The building I was in was dark, abandoned, falling apart. I screamed, pounded on the glass harder. But the other me couldn't hear. I saw myself push open the door, which swung easily now, and walk inside. The radio static crescendoed. The voices called out clearly now. June 12, 1987, Betty's Diner, mile marker 237, 4 customers, 2 staff. September 3rd, 1999, Betty's Diner, mile marker 237, 1 customer, 3 staff. April 15th, 2010, Betty's Diner, mile marker 237, 3 customers, 4 staff. Then a new voice. November 17th, 2024, Betty's Diner, mile marker 237, 1 customer. The static took over completely, drowning out everything else. I closed my eyes and pressed my hands over my ears. When I opened them again, I was sitting in my car in the parking lot of Betty's Diner. The engine was running. The clock on the dashboard read 2:39 a.m. The building in front of me was dark, boarded up. The sign was gone, leaving only rusty brackets on the wall. Weeds grew through cracks in the parking lot. No other cars were there. I hit the gas pedal hard. Gravel sprayed as I accelerated back onto the highway. 4 hours later, I pulled into a gas station just outside of Denver. The sun was rising. My hands had stopped shaking enough to hold a coffee cup. The old man behind the counter looked at me strangely as I paid. "You okay, son? Look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," I said. "Just been driving all night." "Hey, you know anything about an old diner out on Route 50? Betty's?" He frowned. "Betty's? Closed down decades ago. Some kind of tragedy. Bunch of people disappeared one night. Never found them. Place has been abandoned ever since." He peered at me. "Why you asking?" I shook my head. "No reason. Just passed it, that's all." But I knew what had happened to those people now. They were still there, in that other version of Betty's Diner. Still sitting in their booths. Still waiting for their meals. Still listening to that radio. I drove to my father's funeral, sat through the service, hugged my sister, flew back to Seattle, went back to my life. But sometimes, late at night, I hear static on the radio, and underneath it, voices calling out names and dates. And I wonder, is someone else pulling into that parking lot right now? Walking through that door? Joining all the others in that endless night at Betty's Diner? I should have kept driving, that's what I tell myself. But I know it wouldn't have mattered, because I was already there, wasn't I? I'm still there. We all are. Mile marker 237. The lights are on, but nobody's home. I didn't believe in ghosts until I bought the old Peterson farmhouse. Now I know better. Let me tell you exactly what happened during those 3 months, and you can judge for yourself. It started the day I signed the papers. The realtor warned me about the work needed, broken windows, rotting floorboards, outdated wiring. But the price was right. At 42, recently divorced, and tired of apartment living, I wanted a project. Something to keep my hands and mind busy. The farmhouse sat on 15 acres of overgrown land an hour outside Portland, Maine. Perfect for starting fresh. The first week went normally. I cleared brush, repaired the front steps, and started cataloging everything that needed fixing. The work felt good, physical, real. Each night I crashed on my air mattress in the living room, too tired to think about Sarah or the divorce. Then came that first shadow. I was replacing baseboards in the dining room when movement caught my eye, a dark shape sliding across the far wall. My head snapped up, but nothing was there, just peeling wallpaper and cobwebs. I figured it was a cloud passing over the sun, but it happened again the next day, and the day after. Always in my peripheral vision, always gone when I turned to look. The shadows moved like someone walking past windows, except there were no windows on that side of the room. The whispers started next. Soft at first, barely noticeable over my power tools and the old house's natural creaks. But soon I could hear them clearly, muffled voices having conversations I couldn't quite make out. They seemed to come from inside the walls. "Hello?" I called out the first time. "Is someone there?" Silence. I blamed it on lack of sleep, on working too hard. But then my tools began disappearing. I set down my hammer while measuring a board, turned to pick it up again, and it was gone. Found it hours later in the kitchen sink. My level vanished from the master bedroom and showed up in the hall closet. My tape measure moved from my tool belt to the bathroom counter while I was showering. My heart would race every time I discovered something moved. Sweat broke out on my forehead, but I forced myself to find logical explanations. Old houses settle. The floors aren't level. Things roll. Then came the day I lost my phone. I'd been using it to photograph repair projects, document progress. Set it on the kitchen counter while making lunch. When I reached for it, gone. I searched everywhere, growing more frustrated by the minute. Checked every room twice. Finally, I heard the faint buzz of a notification coming from upstairs. Following the sound led me to the master bedroom. The buzzing seemed to come from inside the wall. I pressed my ear against the faded wallpaper and heard it clearly. My phone was in there. I ran my hands over the wall's surface, looking for seams or gaps. Found a slight ridge near the baseboard, pulled back the wallpaper to reveal the edge of a door, painted over and sealed shut decades ago. My hands shook as I pried it open with a crowbar. The hidden space was small, maybe 4 feet wide and deep. Dust coated everything. My phone sat in the center of the floor, screen glowing. But what made my blood run cold were the photographs. Dozens of them scattered across the floor and tacked to the walls. Black and white images of the house and its former inhabitants. A family of 4, parents, 2 children, posed stiffly in Sunday clothes. The same family at dinner at Christmas working in the garden. The final photo showed just the mother. She sat in a rocking chair by the dining room window, staring directly at the camera with dark, hollow eyes. The date scrawled on the back, June 15th, 1954. Something brushed against my neck, a cold whisper of touch. I spun around, but the doorway was empty. Yet I could feel a presence there, watching, waiting. My legs went weak. I grabbed my phone and scrambled out, slamming the hidden door shut. Ran downstairs and didn't stop until I reached my truck. I sat there, engine running, heart pounding. Part of me wanted to drive away and never look back. But as I stared at the house, I felt a pull, like invisible threads tugging at my chest. The presence I'd sensed didn't feel threatening, it felt lonely. That night, I forced myself to go back inside, set up a voice recorder in the dining room and asked questions into the silence. "Who are you? What do you want?" Playing back the recording, between bursts of static, I heard a woman's voice. "Stay. Please stay. I've been here 3 months now. The shadows still cross the walls. My tools still wander. But I've grown used to it. Sometimes in the evening I sit in that dining room and talk to her. Sarah Peterson. I learned her name from county records. Tell her about my day, my plans for fixing up her house. She listens. I know because the air grows thick and still, like someone holding their breath. Sometimes I hear her whispered responses, too faint to make out the words. But the meaning is clear. She's happy I'm here. Happy someone is caring for her home. And she doesn't want me to leave. I don't plan to. There's something comforting about not being alone in this big old house, about having a purpose, a connection to this place and its history. Sarah and I, we've reached an understanding. I restore her home, maintain her memories. And in return, well, let's just say I always know where to find my tools these days. The divorce papers came yesterday. Sarah moved them from the mailbox to my bedside table. I signed them this morning feeling lighter than I have in years. Sometimes the end of one story is just the beginning of another. Even now, as I write this, I can sense her nearby. A subtle pressure in the air, a faint scent of lavender. The shadows still startle me sometimes. The whispers still make me jump, but they're familiar now, almost welcome. Some might call me crazy for staying. Maybe I am. But I think Sarah and I both needed someone who understood what it means to be left behind. To have your life upended, your future erased. We're healing this house together, and maybe healing ourselves in the process. Tonight I'll open that hidden door again, add my own photographs to her collection, create new memories alongside the old. Because this isn't just her home anymore, it's mine too. And neither of us is alone now. The sun is setting. Time to put away my tools, in their proper places, of course. Sarah insists on order. I've learned to appreciate her particular ways, the routine of it, the quiet companionship. I hear the rocking chair creaking in the dining room. She's waiting for our evening talk. I'll tell her about fixing the back porch today, about my plans to restore the garden come spring. She'll listen, and maybe whisper her own stories of this place, of the life she lived here. And tomorrow we'll do it all again. Me with my hammer and nails, her with her shadows and whispers. Two broken souls making something whole again. Some might call it haunted. I call it home. The security guard didn't show up for my 9 a.m. appointment at the Blackstone textile mill. I waited in my car for 30 minutes, watching early March snow collect on my windshield, before using the key they'd mailed me. The lock was stiff from disuse. Inside, my footsteps echoed through the empty lobby, stirring up dust that had settled over decades of abandonment. I needed to document everything before demolition started next month. Machinery, architecture, anything of historical value. That's what the Preservation Society hired me to do. I checked my watch, 9:45 a.m., still no guard. My breath came out in visible puffs as I pulled out my camera and notepad. The mill had been offline since 1989, and it showed. Water stains marked the ceiling. Paint peeled from the walls in long strips. The front desk's varnish had bubbled and cracked. I moved deeper into the building, photographing everything. The main production floor stretched out before me, row after row of looms and spinning machines frozen in time. Cobwebs draped between the machines like dirty curtains. My flash illuminated the metal frames, catching glimpses of colored thread still loaded in some of the machines. The deeper I went, the darker it got. My flashlight beam caught something unusual, writing on one of the fabric rolls still mounted on a loom. I stepped closer, brushing aside cobwebs. Names were written in faded ink across the edge of the cloth. Mary Sullivan, 1985. Robert Chen, 1987. Angela Martinez, 1988. I frowned, taking photos. Maybe the workers signed their finished products? But these dates were near the end of the mill's operation. I moved to another loom, finding more names and dates. Some of the handwriting looked rushed, almost frantic. The dates jumped around: 1983, 1989, 1986. A crash echoed from somewhere behind me. I spun around, heart pounding. Hello? Security? My voice bounced off the walls. No answer. Probably just something falling. These old buildings settled all the time. I kept documenting the names, moving deeper into the production floor. The dates got stranger: 1990, 1992, 1995. But the mill closed in '89. Made no sense. The beam of my flashlight caught something that made me freeze. There, written in clear black ink, David Marshall, 2024. My name, my year. I stared at it, mind refusing to process what I was seeing. It had to be another David Marshall, but right below it was my birth date, 4/15/78. A low humming sound filled the air. I whirled around, flashlight beam dancing across the machines. The sound grew louder, mechanical, like gears starting to turn. "Who's there?" I shouted. My voice cracked. The humming stopped. Complete silence fell again. My hands shook as I photographed the fabric with my name. The flash seemed dimmer than before. I checked my camera's screen. The image was there, proof I wasn't imagining things. I needed to get out, report this to someone. But as I turned to leave, I noticed more writing below my name. 2 more dates. Death, 3/15/24. Return, 3/20/24. Today was March 14th. The humming started again, louder this time. Machines clicked and whirred in the darkness. Metal scraped against metal. The sound came from all around me. I ran. My flashlight beam bounced wildly as I sprinted between the rows of machinery. The sounds followed, growing louder. Gears grinding, shuttles clacking, spindles whirring. The whole floor seemed to be coming alive. I slammed into something hard. A loom had moved, blocking my path. That was impossible. These machines hadn't worked in decades. They weren't even connected to power. The sounds were deafening now. In the strobing light of my flashlight, I saw shadows moving between the machines. The air felt thick, hard to breathe. My chest burned. I turned down another row, trying to remember the way out. More looms had moved. The path twisted differently than before. I was lost in a maze of metal and darkness. My flashlight caught a figure standing at the end of the row. A woman in old work clothes, face pale and gaunt. She pointed at something behind me. I spun around. Nothing there. When I looked back, she was gone. The machinery sound stopped abruptly. In the sudden silence, I heard footsteps. Multiple sets moving through the darkness. Getting closer. I crouched behind a loom, trying to control my breathing. My flashlight flickered and died. Pitch blackness pressed in around me. The footsteps stopped nearby. A voice whispered, so close I felt breath on my ear. "You don't belong here yet." I ran, blind, desperate, crashing into machines. My hands found a wall. I followed it, stumbling over debris. There, a sliver of light, the exit. I burst out into the lobby, lungs burning. Pale sunlight filtered through the dusty windows. The mill was silent again. The security guard was waiting by the front desk. "Sorry I'm late," he said. "Traffic was terrible, just got here." I stared at him, trying to catch my breath. How long ago did you arrive?" He checked his watch. "About 2 minutes ago. It's 10:15. That was impossible. I'd been inside for hours, hadn't I?" "Sir? Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." I walked out without answering. In my car, I checked my camera. The photos were still there. Machinery, cobwebs, rows of names written on fabric. But the image of my name was gone, just static where that photo should have been. I drove home in a daze. My wife was in the kitchen when I walked in. "You're home early," she said. "How was the mill?" I opened my mouth to tell her everything, but how could I explain what happened? I barely understood it myself. "Fine," I said. "Just dusty and empty. Nothing interesting." That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those dates written below my name. March 15th, tomorrow. I got up around 3 a.m. and went to my home office. My hands shook as I typed up my notes from the mill, trying to make sense of it all. The names, the dates, the impossible sounds of machinery coming to life. A low humming started somewhere in the house. I froze, fingers hovering over the keyboard. The sound grew louder, familiar. Metal grinding against metal. From downstairs, I heard the washing machine start up, then the dishwasher. The refrigerator motor kicked on with a grinding noise I'd never heard before. The lights flickered. My computer screen went black. In the darkness, I heard footsteps on the stairs. I sat there, unable to move as they came closer. Multiple sets, like in the mill. The door handle started to turn. My phone lit up. A text message. "Tomorrow, 2:47 p.m. Corner of Oak and Main. Red pickup truck runs the light, unless you're not there. The footsteps retreated. The house went silent. My computer screen blinked back to life. I stared at the message until sunrise. When my wife woke up, I told her I was taking a sick day. She said I looked terrible and should rest. Instead, I drove to the corner of Oak and Main, parked where I could see the intersection, and waited. At 2:46 p.m., a red pickup truck came speeding down Main Street. The driver was looking at his phone. I watched the truck run the red light at 2:47 p.m., watched it miss a minivan by inches, watched it continue down the street, driver oblivious to how close he'd come to causing a tragedy. I sat there for a long time, hands gripping the steering wheel. If I'd been crossing the street at that moment, that night I went back to the mill. The security guard was gone, but the door was unlocked. The production floor was dark and silent. I found the loom with my name again. The dates had changed. Death, avoided return, unnecessary. Below that, new writing appeared as I watched. Choose wisely. Not everyone gets a warning. I left the mill and never went back. They found someone else to document it before demolition. I read about it in the paper. They discovered extensive water damage had compromised the building's structure. Several support beams were ready to collapse. The whole place could have come down at any time. Sometimes I still hear machinery at night. The washing machine running when it's empty. The dishwasher starting on its own. But the sounds don't scare me anymore. They're just reminders. I've started visiting accident scenes, hospitals, places where people's lives hang in the balance. I look for names written in unexpected places. When I find them, I leave warnings. Most people probably think they're crazy, seeing their names and future dates scrawled in odd corners. But some of them listen. Some of them avoid their appointments with fate. I don't know why I was chosen for this. Don't know who or what runs the machinery in that mill, keeping their strange ledger of life and death. But I understand my role now. The mill may be gone, but its work continues. And so does mine. This morning, I found new writing on my bathroom mirror through the steam. David Marshall. Next assignment, 3/21/24. Location, St. Mary's Hospital, room 412. Subject, Michael Chen, age 8. I'll be there. The machines have never been wrong. The headlights of my Chevy Impala cut through the darkness on rural Route 16, illuminating maybe 30 feet of cracked asphalt ahead. It was 11:47 p.m., according to the green numbers glowing on my dashboard. I hadn't seen another car for at least 40 minutes, not since passing through Millbrook. The radio had gone to static 20 minutes ago and my phone showed no bars. Just me, the rumble of the engine, and endless cornfields on both sides of the road. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, fighting to keep my eyes open. 3 more hours to go before I'd reach Mom's house in Cedar Rapids. I hadn't planned on driving this late, but a client meeting in Chicago ran long, and I couldn't afford another night in a hotel. The first time I saw the figure, I almost missed it. Just a dark shape at the edge of my headlights, walking along the shoulder. As I got closer, I could make out more details, tall and thin, wearing what looked like a dark coat that went down to their knees. They were walking with their back to me, steady and unhurried. I eased off the gas, dropping from 60 to 40. The figure kept walking, showing no sign they heard my car approaching. I moved toward the center line to give them plenty of room as I passed. Except when I looked again, they were gone. I blinked hard and leaned forward, peering through the windshield. The shoulder was empty. No movement in the cornfields. No one walking ahead or behind. Just empty road stretching into darkness. What the hell? I muttered. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. I pressed the gas pedal, eager to put whatever I'd seen behind me. The engine revved and the speedometer climbed back toward 60. That's when I saw it again. The same figure, same dark coat, walking along the shoulder maybe 50 yards ahead. My stomach clenched. I hadn't passed them. They'd been behind me, and now they were in front of me again. I slowed down once more, heart pounding against my ribs. The figure kept walking, same steady pace as before. As I got closer, I noticed their movement seemed off somehow. Too smooth, like they were gliding instead of stepping. 20 yards away now. I could see the coat wasn't moving in the wind. 10 yards. They still hadn't turned or acknowledged my car. 5 yards. I had my foot hovering over the brake, ready to stop if they suddenly stepped into the road. The figure vanished. 1 second they were there. The next? Nothing. Jesus Christ. My voice came out as a hoarse whisper. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool air coming through the vents. I stomped on the gas pedal. The Impala's engine roared as I accelerated to 70, then 80. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel. Whatever I'd seen, I needed to get away from it fast. The engine coughed. The car lurched, losing speed. I pressed harder on the gas, but nothing happened. The engine made a grinding sound, then died completely. No, 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 no. I pumped the gas pedal frantically as the car coasted to a stop. The headlights flickered and went dark, plunging me into near-total darkness. Only the faint moonlight filtering through clouds provided any visibility. I turned the key in the ignition. The starter clicked weakly, but the engine wouldn't catch. I tried again. Nothing. My breath came in short gasps. I fumbled for my phone, hoping maybe I'd gotten a signal. Still no bars. That's when I heard it. A soft thump from the trunk. I froze, straining to listen. Another thump, slightly louder, then another. Something was in my trunk. I didn't put anything in my trunk. I never used the trunk. It should be empty. The thumping continued, steady and rhythmic. It reminded me of knocking, like someone tapping to get attention. But that was impossible. No one could be in there. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. Maybe it was just the engine settling or something loose rattling around. Had to be a mechanical issue. The thumping got louder, more insistent. No longer just taps. Now it sounded like someone hitting the inside of the trunk with their fist. Thump, thump, thump. My whole body was trembling. Sweat ran down my back, soaking my dress shirt. I needed to get out of here. I tried the ignition again, turning the key so hard I was afraid it might snap off. The engine remained dead silent, but the thumping from the trunk grew even louder. Thump, thump, crash. The last impact was so forceful the whole car shook. I yelped and grabbed for the door handle. Before I could open it, I caught movement in my rearview mirror. The trunk lid was slowly rising. I threw open the driver's door and practically fell out of the car. My dress shoes slipped on the loose gravel of the shoulder as I stumbled away from the vehicle. I could hear the trunk continuing to open behind me with a long, drawn-out creak. Don't look back. Don't look back. Don't look back. I looked back. The trunk was fully open now, a black rectangle against the darker mass of the car. Something was moving inside, unfolding itself from the cramped space. I caught glimpses of pale flesh and dark fabric. My legs finally responded to the screaming signals from my brain. I ran. I sprinted down the middle of the road, dress shoes slapping against the asphalt. My breath came in ragged gasps. The cornfields on either side were just dark walls in my peripheral vision. After maybe 50 yards, I risked another glance over my shoulder. The figure from the trunk was standing upright now, impossibly tall and thin. It wore the same dark coat I'd seen on the walking figure earlier. Its head nearly reached the telephone lines alongside the road. It wasn't moving, just standing there watching me run. I faced forward again and pushed myself to run faster. My lungs burned. Sweat stung my eyes. I had no idea how far the next town was or even which direction it lay. All I knew was I had to get away from whatever was behind me. A sound cut through my panicked breathing. Footsteps on the road. Not running footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps, like someone taking a casual evening stroll. They were coming from ahead of me. I skidded to a stop, shoes scraping on the asphalt. There, at the edge of visibility in the moonlight, was another figure. Same height, same coat, walking toward me with that unnaturally smooth gait. I spun around. The figure by my car hadn't moved. It still stood there, watching. They had me trapped between them. I looked left and right at the cornfields. The stalks were packed tightly together, but maybe I could push through them, better than staying on the road. Before I could move, more figures stepped out from between the rows of corn. 4, 5, 6 of them. All identical, tall and thin, wearing dark coats. They formed a rough circle around me, walking with that same steady pace. My legs gave out. I collapsed to my knees on the road, trembling uncontrollably. The figures kept walking, drawing closer with each step. Their faces were hidden in shadow, but I could feel them watching me. 10 feet away now. 8 feet. 6 feet. They stopped moving, forming a perfect circle around me. None of them spoke. None of them moved. They just stood there, looming over me like dark pillars. I couldn't look up at them. I stared at the asphalt, watching my tears fall and create dark spots on the road surface. My whole body shook with silent sobs. A hand touched my shoulder. Long fingers, ice cold even through my shirt. I screamed. The hand pulled away. Footsteps resumed, but they were moving away now. When I finally found the courage to look up, the road was empty. I was alone again. No figures on the road or in the fields. No sound except the whisper of wind through the cornstalks. On shaking legs, I stood up. My car sat where I'd left it, maybe 200 yards back. The trunk was closed. As I watched, the headlights flickered on, and I heard the engine turn over and start running. It took me 5 minutes to walk back to the car. Every few steps I spun around, checking behind me, beside me, above me. But nothing appeared. The car was running smoothly when I reached it, idling as if nothing had happened. I opened the trunk with trembling hands. It was empty, no signs anyone or anything had ever been inside. I got back in the driver's seat and put the car in gear. As I accelerated away, I kept checking my mirrors, expecting to see those tall figures standing in the road behind me. But there was nothing there. I drove the rest of the way to Cedar Rapids with all the lights on inside the car, radio blasting even though it was still just static. I didn't slow down for anything, and I didn't stop until I reached my mom's driveway just before 3 a.m. Mom was surprised to see me so early. I'd told her not to expect me until morning. She asked why I looked so pale, why my clothes were soaked with sweat, why my hands wouldn't stop shaking. I told her I'd had car trouble. That was all. Just car trouble on a dark road. I've never driven rural Route 16 again. I take the interstate now, even though it adds an hour to the trip. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I catch myself checking the shoulder of the road, looking for tall figures in dark coats. And every time I hear a noise from my trunk, even just groceries shifting around, my heart starts racing. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't want to know. But sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I remember those long, cold fingers on my shoulder. And I wonder, what would have happened if they hadn't let me go? 3 months after that night, I was getting gas at a station just outside Chicago when I overheard 2 guys talking. One was describing a drive he'd taken down a rural road, seeing a strange figure walking along the shoulder that would disappear and reappear. I didn't stay to hear the rest of his story. I got in my car and drove away as fast as I could. But as I merged onto the highway, I couldn't help wondering how many others have seen them, how many others have felt those cold fingers on their shoulder, and how many weren't allowed to walk away. I still drive for work sometimes, usually during daylight hours, but every now and then my job requires a night drive. Those are the worst times, when the sun sets and the roads empty out. Even on busy highways, there are always dark stretches between cities where the only light comes from your headlights. I keep telling myself I'm being paranoid, that I imagined everything that happened that night, or maybe dreamed it during a moment of highway hypnosis. The human mind can play tricks when you're tired and alone on a dark road, but I know what I felt. Those fingers were real. That cold touch on my shoulder wasn't something I imagined. Last week I had to drive to Milwaukee for a meeting. It ran late and I found myself on the road well after dark. About an hour into the drive, my engine started making strange noises. I pulled into the first gas station I saw and asked the mechanic to check it out. He couldn't find anything wrong, but as he was closing the hood, he paused and looked at me with an odd expression. "You ever drive rural Route 16?" he asked. I felt my mouth go dry. Why? He shrugged and wiped his hands on a rag. Just wondering. Get a lot of folks through here who've had strange experiences on that road. Tall figures in dark coats, they say. Car troubles, noises from the trunk. I got back in my car and drove away without answering him. But I could feel his eyes on me as I pulled out of the station, and I wondered if he'd seen them too. If he'd felt those cold fingers on his shoulder. I wonder how many of us are out there, the ones who've encountered them and lived to tell about it. How many people take longer routes to avoid certain roads at night? How many check their trunks compulsively before every drive? How many wake up in a cold sweat, remembering impossibly tall figures surrounding them on a dark road? Sometimes I think about going back to rural Route 16 during the day, just to prove to myself that it's just another country road, that there's nothing supernatural about it. But I know I never will, because what if they're still there, waiting in the cornfields? What if they're not limited to the darkness? What if next time, those cold fingers don't let go? So I stick to main roads now. I keep my tank full so I never have to stop at rural gas stations after dark. And most importantly, I never, ever drive on empty country roads at night. But sometimes when I'm alone in my car and the sun is setting, I catch myself watching the shoulder of the road, looking for tall, thin figures in dark coats, waiting for my engine to sputter and die. And I wonder if somewhere out there, on some empty stretch of road, they're watching for me too. The mechanic's words haunt me more than I'd like to admit. How many others have seen them? How many stories haven't been told because those cold fingers didn't let go? How many cars have been found abandoned on rural roads, their drivers missing without a trace? I could do research, look up missing persons cases along rural Route 16, but I won't. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some mysteries should stay mysteries. All I know is this. If you're driving at night and you see a tall figure walking along the road ahead of you, don't slow down. Don't stop. And whatever you do, don't look in your trunk. Just drive. Drive as fast and as far as you can. And pray those cold fingers never find your shoulder, because next time they might not let go. I shouldn't have taken that new route home. That's what I keep telling myself. But Max needed his evening walk, and I was tired of the same old path through the neighborhood. That's how I found myself on Cedar Grove Street, a newly developed area about half a mile from my house. And that's where I saw something I can't explain, something that keeps me awake at night, staring at the ceiling and wondering if I really saw what I think I saw. It was 8:45 p.m. last Tuesday. I remember checking my phone just before it happened. The street was empty, lined with those cookie-cutter suburban houses that pop up overnight these days. Max, my 3-year-old German Shepherd, trotted along beside me, his leash slack in my hand. The streetlights cast orange pools on the fresh asphalt. That's when I first noticed the church. It sat back from the road about 50 yards, a squat brick building with a bell tower that looked out of place among the modern homes. Weeds pushed through cracks in the concrete path leading to its front door. The windows were dark, some boarded up, others just empty black squares in the brick walls. Max's ears perked up. He stopped walking and stared at the church, his body going rigid. I tugged his leash, but he wouldn't budge. "Come on, boy," I said, giving the leash another pull. "It's just an old building." That's when I saw the first flash. A quick burst of light from the bell tower window, like someone striking a match. I blinked, thinking it might be reflection from a passing car, but there wasn't any traffic. As I stood there, another flash came, longer this time. It looked like the beam of a flashlight sweeping across the inside of the tower. My skin prickled. The street suddenly felt colder, emptier. Max let out a low growl, something I rarely heard from him. I stepped closer to the church's iron fence, squinting up at the tower. The light flashed again, and this time I saw something else. A dark shape moved past the window. Not just movement, a distinct human silhouette. Someone was up there, My heart started hammering against my ribs. Logic told me it was probably just some teenagers who'd broken in, but something felt wrong. The shape I'd seen was too tall, too thin to be natural. And it had moved in a way that made my stomach turn, not walking, but gliding past the window. Max barked suddenly, the sound echoing off the surrounding houses. I jumped, nearly dropping his leash. When I looked back up at the tower, the shape was there again, but this time it wasn't moving. It stood in the window, a black cutout against the darkness, and I swear to God, it was looking right at me. I couldn't make out any features. It was just a solid black form, darker than the night around it, but I felt its gaze like ice water running down my spine. My legs started shaking. Max's barks turned into whimpers, and he pressed against my legs, trying to back away. The light flashed again, brighter than before, illuminating the tower from within. For a split second, I saw the shape more clearly. It was impossibly tall, its head nearly touching the top of the window frame. Its proportions were wrong, arms too long, torso too thin. Then the light went out and the shape disappeared with it. I ran. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I turned and ran, dragging Max behind me. He didn't need any encouragement. We sprinted all the way back to the main road, our footsteps echoing in the empty street. I didn't look back until we reached the corner, and when I did, the church sat dark and silent, showing no sign of what I'd just seen. That night I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shape in the window. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe it was just shadows from trees moving in the wind. Maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. The next morning, I called in sick to work. I couldn't concentrate anyway. I spent the morning pacing my house, debating what to do. Finally, around noon, I decided I had to go back. I had to know. This time, I left Max at home. The walk to Cedar Grove Street felt longer in daylight. The suburban houses looked ordinary and innocent, their windows reflecting the autumn sun. But as I approached the church, my steps slowed. Something was different. The fence that had surrounded the property was now wrapped in yellow caution tape. A large "No Trespassing" sign had been bolted to the front gate. But that wasn't what stopped me in my tracks. The church itself had changed. Every window, including the tower window, was sealed with fresh plywood. Heavy chains wrapped around the front doors, secured with a padlock that looked brand new. I stood there for several minutes, staring. There's no way someone had done all this overnight. It would have taken a crew of workers hours to board up every window. And yet I knew. Those windows had been open just 12 hours ago. A car slowed as it passed me, and the driver gave me a strange look. I realized I was standing in the middle of the sidewalk, staring at an abandoned building like a crazy person. I forced myself to walk closer. The weeds I'd seen pushing through the concrete were gone. The path had been cleared and swept clean. Even the brick walls looked different, darker, older somehow. I approached the fence, my hands shaking as I touched the caution tape. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The voice made me jump. An old man stood on the sidewalk behind me, walking a small white terrier. He looked like he lived in one of the nearby houses, khakis, polo shirt, ball cap. "Sorry," I said, stepping back from the fence. "I was just curious about the church." The old man's face tightened. "That place has been condemned for years. Structural issues. Nobody's allowed inside." "Years?" I shook my head. "But just last night I was walking by here and—" "You must be thinking of a different church," he cut me off. His voice was firm, but there was something else in it. Fear. "This one's been closed up since before they built these houses. They're supposed to demolish it soon." "But I saw lights in the tower," I insisted. "And there was someone—" "Son." The old man stepped closer. His terrier cowered behind his legs. "Listen to me carefully. That church has been sealed for a long time. Nobody goes in there. Nobody can go in there. Whatever you think you saw—" He glanced at the building and lowered his voice. "Just stay away from it. Some places it's better not to ask questions about. He turned and walked away before I could respond, tugging his reluctant dog along with him. I watched him go, my mind spinning. I pulled out my phone and searched for information about the church. Nothing. No historical records, no news articles, not even a mention in the neighborhood development plans. I spent the next hour walking around the building's perimeter. The boards covering the windows looked weathered up close, like they'd been there for months or years. The chains on the door were rusted. Even the caution tape had that faded, sun-bleached look that comes with time. But I knew what I'd seen. The night before, those windows had been open. I'd seen lights, movement, that shape in the tower, hadn't I? I took pictures with my phone, documenting everything. When I got home, I compared them to Google Street View. The church looked exactly the same in the Street View images. Boarded up, chained, condemned. The images were dated 6 months ago. That night I couldn't sleep again. Around 3 a.m. I got out of bed and opened my laptop. I spent hours researching the history of Cedar Grove Street, the church, anything I could find. I found old property records showing the church had been built in 1923, but nothing about when or why it was abandoned. The newest housing development had started about 2 years ago, building around the church like it was working around an obstacle nobody wanted to deal with. I did find one thing, a brief mention in a local newspaper from 1987, a small article about a missing person case. A teenage boy had last been seen walking his dog near the church. They never found him. The article included a quote from his mother, describing a phone call she'd received the night he disappeared. Her son had called frantic, saying he'd seen lights in the church tower. The police dismissed it as unrelated. For the next week, I avoided Cedar Grove Street. I took Max on different routes, staying in the well-lit, populated parts of the neighborhood. But I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. The shape in the window. The way it had looked at me. The impossible speed with which the church had been sealed up. Yesterday, I went back one last time. I had to know I wasn't crazy. The church looked the same, boarded up, chained, abandoned. But as I stood there on the sidewalk, something caught my eye. A corner of one of the plywood sheets covering a ground floor window had come loose. Behind it, I could see the glass. The window wasn't broken or boarded up on the inside. It was just dark. As I watched, a flash of light came from behind that window. Quick, like a match being struck. Then another. My heart started racing. I heard Max's growl in my memory, felt that icy gaze from the tower. I turned and walked away, quickly at first, then running. I'm not going back to Cedar Grove Street, but sometimes late at night I think I see flashes of light outside my bedroom window. And sometimes when I work up the courage to look, I see a shape darker than the darkness, impossibly tall and thin, watching me from across the street. I've started taking sleeping pills. I've bought new curtains, thicker ones that no light can penetrate. I've even thought about moving, because I know now that what I saw that night was real. The church, the lights, the shape in the tower. It was all real. And somehow that's worse than thinking I was crazy. The old man was right. Some places it's better not to ask questions about. Some things, once you've seen them, you can't unsee. And sometimes when you look into the darkness, something in the darkness looks back. I keep telling myself I shouldn't have taken that new route home, but deep down I know it wouldn't have mattered, because now whatever I saw in that tower knows where I live. And every night as I lie in bed staring at my ceiling, I wonder if tonight will be the night it decides to do more than just watch. Last night, Max started growling at my bedroom window. I didn't look. I couldn't look. I just pulled the covers over my head like a child and pretended I couldn't hear the soft tapping on the glass, like long, thin fingers asking to be let in. I'm writing this all down because I need someone to know what happened. What's still happening. Maybe you've seen it too. A flash of light in an abandoned building. A shape that's darker than darkness, watching you when you think you're alone. If you have, then you know. And if you haven't, well, maybe it's better that way. Just do yourself a favor. If you're walking at night and you see an old church with lights in the tower, don't stop to look. Don't try to figure it out. Just keep walking, because once it sees you, it doesn't forget. And once it knows you're watching, it starts watching back. The sun is setting now. Soon it'll be dark again. Max is already pacing by my bedroom door, whining softly. He knows what's coming. We both do. Tonight, like every night since I saw the church, I'll close my curtains, take my pills, and try to sleep. And somewhere in the darkness outside, something impossibly tall and thin will stand and wait, its patience as endless as the night itself. I shouldn't have taken that new route home, but it's too late now. Far too late. The camera smashed against my chest when I fell. That was my first thought. Not about my bruised ribs or the 8-foot drop, but my $3,000 Canon hitting my sternum. I lay there on the concrete, tasting copper in my mouth, staring up at the jagged hole in the rotting floorboards above. The weak beam from my phone flashlight cut through dust clouds kicked up by my fall. I hadn't seen the basement access door in the warehouse floor. Probably because it had been covered by trash and that ancient wooden stepladder I'd been using to get shots of the wall murals. The ladder was now in pieces around me, chunks of termite-eaten wood scattered across the cold floor. My back hurt like hell, but nothing felt broken. I sat up slowly, wincing, and checked my camera. The LCD screen was cracked, but the body seemed intact. Thank God for professional-grade equipment. I switched on the camera's built-in flash for extra light and surveyed my surroundings. The basement was huge, way bigger than I'd expected for an abandoned warehouse in this part of Detroit. My light barely reached the walls, but I could make out old shelving units, metal drums, and what looked like ancient machinery covered in sheets. The air felt thick and stale, probably untouched for decades. That's when I noticed the doors. There were at least 6 of them that I could see, spaced evenly along the walls. Heavy wooden doors with brass handles like you'd see in an old office building. But something was off about them. The placement didn't make sense. These doors should have opened into the earth outside the warehouse foundation. They couldn't go anywhere. I got to my feet, groaning at the protest from my lower back. The floor was solid concrete, covered in a layer of undisturbed dust except for the area where I'd landed. No footprints besides my own. I walked to the nearest door and tried the handle. Locked. I tried the next one. Also locked. The third door rattled but wouldn't budge. I was about to try the fourth when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of the warehouse's main entrance slamming shut above me. I froze. The noise echoed through the empty building, followed by footsteps. Heavy boots on creaking floorboards. Someone else was here. I killed my phone light and camera flash immediately. The basement plunged into absolute darkness. I pressed myself against the wall, trying to control my breathing, which suddenly seemed far too loud. The footsteps continued overhead, slow and deliberate. They weren't the random wandering of another urban explorer. Whoever was up there was searching for something, or someone. My heart pounded against my already bruised chest. I hadn't told anyone where I was going today. Urban exploration was technically trespassing, so I usually worked alone. Now that seemed like a massive mistake. The footsteps stopped directly above me. Dust and small debris sprinkled down through the hole I'd fallen through. I held my breath. A bright beam of light shot down into the basement, sweeping back and forth. I pressed harder against the wall, praying the darkness would hide me. The light passed within feet of my position. "Hello?" a deep voice called down. "Anybody down there?" I stayed silent. Maybe they'd think the hole was old, that no one had fallen through today. The light beam continued its search for another 30 seconds, then withdrew. The footsteps moved away, but I didn't relax. They could be trying to trick me into revealing myself. I needed to find a way out. The hole I'd fallen through was too high to climb back up, even if I wasn't worried about whoever was up there. There had to be proper basement stairs somewhere. I waited 5 more minutes until I was sure the footsteps had moved to a different part of the warehouse, then clicked my phone's flashlight back on at its lowest setting. Keeping close to the wall, I began making my way around the basement's perimeter. The beam revealed more locked doors. I counted 12 in total now, all identical, all impossibly placed. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching me, like the brass handles were eyes reflecting my light. The basement stretched under the entire warehouse, easily 200 feet on each side. I found old filing cabinets, broken chairs, more shrouded machinery, but no stairs. That made no sense. How did people access this space when the warehouse was active? A scraping sound from above made me jump. Then another. Someone was moving furniture around on the first floor. Looking for the entrance I'd fallen through? I kept moving, sweeping my light across the walls. There had to be a way out. My light caught something different. A metal door, not wooden like the others. It was set into the far corner, painted the same gray as the concrete walls. My pulse quickened. This had to be it. I hurried over, trying to keep my footsteps silent. The handle turned. Thank God. I pulled it open carefully, cringing at the slight squeal of rusty hinges. Beyond was a narrow corridor, concrete walls stretching into darkness. The air coming from it was even colder than the basement. I hesitated. Something about that black tunnel made my skin crawl. But the sound of more furniture being dragged across the floor above decided for me. I stepped through and eased the door shut behind me. The corridor was barely wide enough for my shoulders. My light showed it extending straight ahead for about 50 feet before turning left. The walls were bare concrete, the floor the same material. No doors, no markings, nothing to indicate where this led. I moved forward slowly, one hand trailing along the wall. The temperature dropped with every step. My breath started fogging in front of my face. The silence was absolute except for my footsteps and breathing. I reached the turn and paused, listening. Nothing. I peered around the corner. Another straight shot, maybe 40 feet, ending at what looked like an elevator door. My heart leaped. This must have been how they moved goods in and out of the basement. If the elevator still worked, I could get back to the ground floor. I started down the corridor faster now. Halfway to the elevator, I heard it. A click from behind me. I spun around, light darting back the way I'd come. The metal door I'd entered through was just visible at the far end of the corridor. It was opening. I killed my light instantly. Footsteps in the corridor. Slow, measured steps like the ones above. But these sounded different. Wrong somehow. Too heavy, too deliberate. And they were getting closer. I backed away toward the elevator, moving as quietly as possible. My back hit the metal doors. I felt along them frantically, finding the call button. I pressed it repeatedly, not caring about the slight clicking sounds it made. Nothing happened. Of course not. Power had probably been cut to this building years ago. The footsteps reached the corner. I could hear breathing now, raspy, wet breathing that made my skin crawl. I pressed myself into the corner beside the elevator, trying to make myself as small as possible. My own breath was coming in short gasps that I couldn't control. A light appeared at the corner. Not a flashlight beam, more like a pale blue glow. It illuminated the walls with weak rippling patterns like light reflecting off water. The footsteps continued forward. The breathing got louder. I wanted to run. Every instinct screamed at me to move. But there was nowhere to go. The corridor was too narrow to slip past whatever was coming. I had to stay still. Had to hope the darkness would hide me like it had in the basement. The glow got brighter. I could see the thing's shadow now, stretching along the wall. The shape was all wrong. Too tall, too thin. The head wasn't right. The arms were too long. It reached the halfway point of the corridor, 20 feet away now. The blue light showed more details of the walls than I wanted to see. The concrete wasn't smooth like I'd thought. It was covered in scratch marks. Thousands of deep grooves like something with claws had tried to dig through to escape. 15 feet. The breathing was like a broken bellows now. In and out with wet, sucking sounds. I could smell something. Rot and stagnant water and something metallic like old blood. 10 feet. I saw its feet first. They were bare, gray-white, too big and twisted at wrong angles. The ankles bent backwards, 5 feet. I pressed my hands over my mouth to hold in a scream. I could see it clearly now in its own light. It had to be 9 feet tall, hunched over to fit in the corridor. The proportions were horrible. Limbs too long and jointed in extra places, torso skeletally thin. Its head. I couldn't look at its head. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. Shapes and angles that shouldn't exist, features that squirmed and shifted when I tried to focus on them. It stopped 3 feet from me. The blue light pulsed gently, casting my corner in shadows and then illuminating it. Again and again, like a heartbeat. It knew I was there. It had to. But it didn't move. We stayed like that for what felt like hours. Me pressed into my corner, shaking uncontrollably, hands clamped over my mouth. The thing standing there, swaying slightly, that wet breathing filling the corridor. The light pulsing. Then it spoke. The sound was like rocks grinding together, like breaking bones, like screaming from very far away. Words in a language that hurt my ears and made my teeth ache. I felt something warm trickling from my nose. Blood. The thing took one step closer. I could feel its cold radiating against my skin. Its head turned toward me with a series of small pops and cracks. In the blue light, I saw its mouth open, and open, and open. The jaw distending like a snake's, revealing rows of needle-like teeth stretching down its throat. I broke. I screamed and lunged forward, trying to dive past it. Its arms shot out, God, they were so long, and caught me. The hands were huge, fingers like ice-cold metal cables wrapping around my arms. It lifted me effortlessly until my feet dangled a foot off the ground. I thrashed and kicked, but it was like fighting a steel statue. The thing pulled me closer to its face. That horrible mouth was still opening wider and wider. The teeth clicked and chittered. The smell of rot was overwhelming. A gunshot exploded in the confined space. The thing's shoulder jerked back, spraying black liquid across the wall. It dropped me and wheeled around with impossible speed. Another shot, and another. Muzzle flashes lit up the corridor like lightning. I scrambled backward on hands and feet as the thing charged toward the shooter. Its movements were wrong, like watching a film played backwards and forwards at the same time. More shots. The thing screamed, a sound that made my vision blur and my ears ring. Someone grabbed my arm. I nearly swung at them before recognizing a human hand. "Come on!" A woman's voice, urgent but controlled. She pulled me to my feet and shoved me back toward the elevator. I heard more shooting behind us, then running footsteps. The woman caught up to me. "The elevator, get it open!" My hands were shaking so badly I could barely grip the doors. The woman reached past me and wedged her fingers into the gap between them. "Help me!" I grabbed one door and pulled while she pushed the other. Metal screeched against metal. The doors slowly parted. Beyond them was an elevator car, stopped about 4 feet below us. "Jump down," the woman ordered. I didn't hesitate. I dropped into the car, landing hard. She followed immediately after, spinning to fire more shots down the corridor. The blue glow was getting brighter again. "The roof hatch," she pointed up with her free hand. "Open it." There was an emergency hatch in the elevator ceiling. I reached up and pushed it open, then jumped to grab the edges and pull myself up. As soon as I was through, I turned and reached back down. "Give me your hand." The woman fired twice more, then grabbed my arm. I pulled as she jumped. We got her halfway up when something grabbed her legs. She screamed but kept her grip on my arms. I braced my feet and pulled harder. The thing's head rose into view, that twisted mouth opening impossibly wide. The woman kicked it square in the face with her free foot. Once, twice, 3 times. Black liquid sprayed from its nose. The hands released her. I hauled her the rest of the way up. She slammed the hatch shut and shot the lock mechanism, sealing it. We could hear the thing below, that wet breathing and sounds of claws on metal. "The shaft," the woman pointed up. "Maintenance ladder. Move." I saw the ladder rung set into the shaft wall and started climbing. The woman followed. We climbed until my arms burned, past 2 more elevator doors, finally reaching the top of the shaft. A ventilation grill showed dim daylight. The woman pulled out a multi-tool and quickly unscrewed the grill. We squeezed through onto the roof of the warehouse. The late afternoon sun was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. "Keep moving," the woman said, helping me to my feet. "Fire escape other side. Don't stop until we're in my car." We half ran, half stumbled across the roof. I heard more of those bone-grinding words echoing up the elevator shaft behind us. The fire escape was old, but felt solid enough. We clattered down it to the alley where a black SUV waited. "Get in." The woman unlocked it with her key fob. I dove into the passenger seat. She started the engine before her door was even closed and peeled out of the alley. We drove in silence for several minutes, putting distance between us and the warehouse. Finally, at a red light, she turned to me. "You're bleeding." She reached into the console and handed me some tissues. "Your nose." I wiped my face, hands still shaking. What was that thing? Who are you?" "Agent Sarah Chen, FBI." She accelerated through the green light. "And that thing, that's classified. But you're not the first photographer to find that basement. Just the first to survive it. There are more? More of those things? We've contained most of the access points, but some slip through, like that warehouse." She glanced at me. "I'm going to need your camera." I looked down at my Canon, still hanging around my neck. The cracked screen showed the last photo I'd taken before falling, a half-finished shot of graffiti on the warehouse wall. But looking closer now, I could see something in the corner of the frame. A tall, thin shape just out of focus, and that same pale blue light. I handed her the camera. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now you sign some papers, and we pretend none of this happened." She turned onto the highway. "And you find a new hobby, one that doesn't involve abandoned buildings." I nodded, staring out the window at the setting sun. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I could still hear that wet breathing, still smell that rotting stench, still see that impossible mouth opening wider and wider. "The doors," I said suddenly. "All those doors in the basement. Where did they go?" Agent Chen was quiet for a long moment. Finally, she said, "Trust me, you don't want to know." I believed her, but I knew I'd spend the rest of my life wondering, and checking behind every door I opened, listening for wet breathing, and watching for pale blue light. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some doors are better left locked. The first drawing showed us standing right where we were, in front of the old Crowley house on Milton Street. Every detail was perfect. Dave's ripped jeans, Mike's Red Sox cap, Tom's leather jacket, and my hesitant stance behind them. The paper looked decades old, but that was impossible. We had never been here before. I found it stuck to the front door when we arrived 10 minutes ago. Mike laughed it off as someone playing a prank, but my stomach turned. The house loomed over us, its windows like dead eyes. 3 stories of rotting Victorian architecture that hadn't seen a living soul in 20 years, according to the locals. "Come on, Jacob, don't be such a baby," Dave said, yanking the drawing off the door and crumpling it. "Some kid probably saw us walking up the street and did a quick sketch." "In perfect detail? In the dark?" I asked, but they were already pushing the door open. The hinges screamed like they were being murdered. The beam from Mike's flashlight cut through the darkness. Dust particles danced in the light. The foyer stank of mold and something else, something sweet and rotten, like meat left too long in the sun. Our footsteps echoed on the warped hardwood floors. "Check this out," Tom called from the living room. His voice bounced off the walls, too loud in the dead air. Another piece of paper was pinned to the wall. My hands started shaking before I even got close enough to see it clearly. This one showed the 4 of us standing exactly where we were now, looking at the drawing on the wall. The details were perfect again. The way Mike held his flashlight, the sweat beading on Tom's forehead, Dave's nervous smile. "Okay, this is getting weird," Mike said, his voice cracking slightly. "Maybe someone's watching us?" I spun around, scanning the shadows. The moonlight filtering through the dirty windows created strange patterns on the walls. Nothing moved except the dust we'd stirred up. "We should go," I said, but Dave was already heading for the stairs. "No way, this is too cool. Someone's messing with us. Let's find them." The stairs protested under our weight. Each step sent vibrations through the whole structure. I kept my hand on the railing, feeling the rough wood under my palm, splinters catching on my skin. The second floor was worse than the first. The wallpaper hung in moldy strips, revealing the bare bones of the house underneath. Water damage had warped the ceiling into grotesque shapes. And there, at the end of the hall, was another drawing. This one showed us on the stairs, our faces turned up toward where the paper now hung. The artist had captured the fear in my eyes perfectly. "This is impossible," Tom whispered. "These drawings, they're happening in real time." A floorboard creaked somewhere behind us. We all jumped, bumping into each other like scared kids. Mike's flashlight beam danced wildly across the walls. "Look at the details," Dave said, moving closer to the drawing. "The shadows, the expressions. It would take hours to draw something this good, but it's showing exactly what just happened." My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The air felt thicker up here, harder to breathe. That sweet rot smell was stronger too. We found 2 more drawings in the bedrooms. Each one showed us discovering the previous drawing. In the last one, I could see the sweat stains spreading under my arms, the way my hands shook as I held my phone for light. "Third floor," Dave said, but his voice had lost its earlier bravado. "Are you crazy?" I grabbed his arm. "We need to get out of here." "Don't you want to know who's doing this?" Mike asked. His face was pale in the flashlight beam, but curiosity burned in his eyes. The third floor was just one large room, probably an old attic space. The ceiling sloped down at the edges and the windows were boarded up. Our footsteps stirred up thick clouds of dust. The air was so stagnant it felt like breathing through a wet blanket. There was a drawing waiting for us here too, bigger than the others. It showed us entering this very room, but something was different. In this one, we were running. Our faces were contorted in terror. And behind us, in the shadows, a sound like pencil on paper cut through the silence. Soft, rhythmic scratching. We turned slowly, our lights sweeping the room. In the farthest corner, where the ceiling met the floor, something moved. The scratching got louder. Mike's flashlight caught it first. A hand, pale as milk, fingers unnaturally long, holding a pencil. It was drawing on a piece of paper pinned to the wall. The hand belonged to something. Something that unfolded itself from the shadows, rising up and up, its proportions all wrong. Tom screamed. The sound snapped us out of our frozen horror. We ran. The stairs were a blur under our feet. I heard crashing behind us like something big moving fast. The scratching sound followed, now more like claws on wood. We burst out of the front door, gasping the clean night air. I looked back once. Through the doorway, I could see a fresh piece of paper stuck to the wall. Even from here, I could make out 4 figures running in terror. My legs gave out on the sidewalk. We sat there, gulping air, unable to speak. After a few minutes, Dave started laughing. That high, shaky laugh people get when they're trying not to scream. "What?" Mike had to stop, catch his breath. "What the hell was that thing? Did you see how tall it was?" Tom's voice was barely a whisper. "Those fingers." I couldn't stop shaking. The image of that pale hand drawing was burned into my mind. The drawing showed everything that happened, everything, including us running at the end. "It knew what we were going to do before we did it," Dave said. We sat in silence for a while, watching the house. Nothing moved in the windows. No lights, no sounds, no scratching. "The drawings," I said suddenly. "They're still in there. Proof. You want to go back in?" Tom stared at me like I was insane. "No. But tomorrow, in daylight, we need to show someone." Mike shook his head. "They won't be there. You know they won't be there." He was right. When we came back the next day with 2 police officers, the house was empty. No drawings, no evidence of our presence, not even footprints in the dust. The officers were patient but skeptical, just another group of kids spooked by the old Crowley house. But that night, checking my mail, I found an envelope with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper. The drawing showed us sitting on the sidewalk, catching our breath, staring up at the house in terror. Every detail was perfect. The sweat on our faces, the tears in our clothes from running, the way Dave's hands shook as he tried to light a cigarette. In the bottom corner, in handwriting so spidery it was barely legible, were the words, "Come back soon." I burned the drawing that night in my kitchen sink. As the paper curled and blackened, I swore I could hear something scratching very faintly, like a pencil on paper. Dave, Mike, and Tom all got drawings too. We don't talk about that night anymore. But sometimes when we run into each other around town, I see them glance over their shoulders, checking to see if someone or something is watching, ready to capture our every move in perfect, terrible detail. I drive a different route home now, avoiding Milton Street entirely. But every night I check my mailbox with shaking hands, dreading the arrival of another envelope. And sometimes in my dreams, I hear it, that soft, rhythmic scratching, drawing scenes from a future I don't want to see. The metal door groaned as I forced it open. Dust and decay hit my nose. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness of Hamilton Station, revealing peeling paint and debris scattered across the floor. I shouldn't have been there. The no trespassing signs were clear enough, but something about abandoned places always pulled me in, and this station had been shut down since 1987. The front hall was exactly what you'd expect. Broken windows, graffiti, trash left by other trespassers. My footsteps echoed off the tile floor. Water dripped somewhere in the distance. I'd explored dozens of abandoned buildings before, but something felt different here. The air was thicker, colder. I moved past the ticket counter, swinging my flashlight across empty shelves and scattered papers. A stack of yellow documents caught my eye. I picked up the top sheet. It was a passenger manifest, dated June 15th, 1962. The paper was brittle, torn at the edges. Names and destinations were typed in faded ink. My hands started shaking when I saw it. Right there, halfway down the page. Michael Cooper, Detroit. My name, my destination. But that was impossible. I was born in 1985. I dropped the paper like it had burned me. Last call for Detroit. The voice was faint, distant, like someone speaking through layers of static. My heart jumped into my throat. Final boarding for Chicago. Another voice, female this time, echoing from deeper in the station. I spun around, flashlight beam dancing across empty walls. Hello? Is someone there? My voice cracked. Silence answered. Just the drip of water and my own breathing. I was alone. Had to be alone. The place had been abandoned for decades. The manifest still lay at my feet. I picked it up again, hands trembling. The name was still there. Same spelling. Same destination. I shuffled through more papers, passenger lists from different dates. April 1962, March 1965, September 1973. Michael Cooper. This time the voice was closer, clearer. A man's voice, formal and professional. Your train is ready for boarding. My chest tightened. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. I should have run, should have dropped everything and gotten out. But I kept reading. There it was again. My name, different dates, different destinations. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Chicago. Always the same name. Final boarding call for Michael Cooper. Multiple voices now, overlapping, getting louder. They seemed to come from the platform entrance at the far end of the hall. The beam of my flashlight flickered. I smacked it against my palm. The light steadied, then died completely. Darkness pressed in around me. Footsteps echoed on tile. Not mine. They were coming from multiple directions, getting closer. The sound of wheels rolling, luggage being dragged. Conversations in hushed tones. Sir? Your ticket, please. Right behind me now. Close enough to feel breath on my neck. I ran. Slammed into a wall in the darkness. Found the hallway, kept running. My phone was in my pocket. I pulled it out, fingers fumbling with the screen. The flashlight app kicked on just as something brushed against my arm. The hall was empty, but I could still hear them. Dozens of voices now, calling out destinations, departure times, passenger names, always including mine. I reached the main entrance. The door wouldn't budge. I threw my shoulder against it, again and again. The voices were getting closer. Shadows moved at the edge of my phone's light. Sir, you'll miss your train. A hand touched my shoulder. I screamed, spun around. Nobody there, but the voices kept coming. Michael Cooper, please proceed to platform 3. Last call for Michael Cooper. Your train is waiting, sir. The temperature dropped. I could see my breath now. The shadows were moving closer, taking shape. Forms in old-fashioned clothes carrying suitcases. Their faces were wrong, blurred, like photographs left in the rain. My phone light flickered and died. Total darkness. The shapes were all around me now. I could feel them, hear their breathing, smell tobacco smoke and old perfume. There you are, Mr. Cooper. We've been waiting for you. A hand gripped my arm, ice cold through my jacket. Right this way, please. I jerked away, crashed into something solid. Pain shot through my hip. My hands found metal, a radiator mounted to the wall. I followed it, stumbling in the dark, trying to remember the layout. There had to be another way out. The emergency exit, maybe. If I could just find it in the dark. Platform 3, Mr. Cooper. Your usual seat is ready. The voices were everywhere now, pressing in. More hands reaching, touching, pulling at my clothes. Each touch was like ice water on my skin. I found a door handle, yanked it open. Stale air rushed past. The service corridor. It had to be. I ran, one hand on the wall, the other stretched out in front of me. Wrong way, sir. The train is waiting. Something grabbed my ankle. I fell hard, chin cracking against the floor. Copper taste of blood in my mouth. The hands were all over me now, dozens of them pulling me up, turning me around. Can't keep the others waiting, Mr. Cooper. Time to board. Your seat is ready. I fought, thrashed, but they were too strong. The hands dragged me back down the hallway. My feet scraped across the floor. I could see them clearly now, even in the darkness. Men and women in clothes from different decades, all with those blurred, melted faces, all smiling. They pulled me toward the platform entrance. I could hear it now, the rumble of an approaching train, the screech of brakes, steam hissing. But that was impossible. The tracks had been torn up years ago. Here we are, sir, right on schedule. The platform doors swung open. Light poured out. Not electric light, but something older, yellower. The smell of coal smoke and hot metal filled my lungs. I saw the train, black steel gleaming in the strange light, steam billowing from the stack. Passengers boarding, their faces all wrong, their movements jerky like old film footage. Your seat is in the third car, Mr. Cooper. Same as always. The hands pushed me forward. I tried to plant my feet, but they slid across the smooth floor. The train was impossibly real, impossibly there. Through the windows, I could see more passengers inside. All turned to look at me as I was dragged past, all smiling with their ruined faces. Welcome back, sir. We've missed you. They pushed me toward the open door of the third car. The conductor stood beside it, uniform perfectly pressed, face a smeared photograph. He reached for my arm. I threw myself backward, breaking free of the hands. Ran for the platform exit. Made it 3 steps before they caught me again. Now, Mr. Cooper, you know the rules. When your name is on the list, you have to board. They lifted me off my feet. The conductor reached out again. His hand was gray, corpse-like. All aboard. I kicked, caught him in the chest. He staggered back. The hands loosened for just a moment. I twisted free, hit the ground running. Shouts behind me. The screech of the train whistle, impossibly loud. I slammed through the platform doors, ran blind through the darkness of the station. Final call for Michael Cooper. The voices were angry now. Footsteps pounding behind me. The temperature dropping lower, lower. I hit something solid, the front entrance. Threw all my weight against it. The door burst open. I fell through into the night air, scraped my palms on concrete. Behind me, the whistle screamed one last time. Then silence. I lay there, gasping, for a long time. Finally found the strength to look back. The station was dark, silent. No light, no steam, no impossible train. Just an abandoned building with broken windows. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. The screen showed 3 missed calls from my wife. The time was 11:47 p.m. I'd been in there for almost 2 hours. I got to my feet, legs shaking, started walking to my car, didn't look back again. The passenger manifests were still scattered on the floor inside. My name, over and over, on yellowed papers that had waited decades for me to find them. I left them there. But sometimes late at night, I hear the whistle, and when my phone rings, I'm afraid to answer. Afraid it will be that formal voice, telling me my train is ready. I check the news every day looking for stories about Hamilton Station, about other people who went exploring and never came back. So far, nothing. But I know they're still there, those passengers with their ruined faces, still waiting. And I know my name is still on those lists. The train will come again, the hands will reach, and next time I might not be strong enough to run. Last week I got a letter, no return address. Inside was a train ticket, dated June 15th, 1962. The passenger name was Michael Cooper. The destination was blank. I burned it, but I can still feel it in my pocket sometimes, cold as a corpse's hand. Still hear the conductor's voice, patient and professional. Your seat is waiting, Mr. Cooper. It will always be waiting. I don't explore abandoned places anymore. Don't take midnight walks. Don't even like to be alone in the dark, because I know what's out there now. Know what's been waiting all these years, checking names off lists, collecting passengers decades after their trains were scheduled to depart. And I know that somewhere, in that dead station's ruins, a new list is being typed, a new schedule being made. My name is on it, just like always. The train is coming. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but it's coming. And this time, I might not have a choice about boarding. I shouldn't have taken that shortcut. That's what keeps running through my head as I sit here in my apartment with all the lights on, door triple locked, trying to make sense of what happened 3 hours ago. My hands are still shaking as I type this. I need to get it down while it's fresh. Maybe someone else will see this and know to stay away from that place. I work second shift at the Amazon warehouse on the east side of town. Usually I take Main Street home, but tonight there was construction. Orange cones, flashing lights, the whole deal. Google Maps suggested a detour through the old industrial park. I figured why not? It would save me 15 minutes. The industrial park hadn't seen much action since the recession hit in '08. Most of the buildings were empty shells now, broken windows, graffiti, chain-link fences with no trespassing signs hanging at odd angles. The streetlights worked, sort of. Every third one was out, creating pools of yellow light with long stretches of darkness between them. My phone said to turn left at the old Campbell manufacturing building. The giant red brick structure loomed ahead, 4 stories tall with rows of grimy windows reflecting the few working streetlights. I slowed down looking for the street sign. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, echoing from somewhere inside the building. I hit the brakes. The sound stopped. The engine idled. I rolled down my window and listened. Nothing but the tick-tick-tick of my cooling engine. Must be some homeless people, I thought. Or teenagers looking for a place to drink. I should just drive on. But then I saw movement through one of the ground floor windows. Just a quick shadow there and gone. The footsteps started again, louder this time. They seemed to be moving in sync with my breathing. I turned off the engine. The footsteps stopped. Hello? I called out. My voice bounced off the brick walls. No answer. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a loading dock with its roll-up door half open. The footsteps started again, matching the sound of my shoes on the asphalt as I walked toward the building. I'm not usually the type to investigate strange noises in abandoned buildings. I've seen enough horror movies to know better. But something about those footsteps drew me forward. They weren't threatening. They were precise, almost mechanical, like someone following a preset path. The loading dock was about chest height. I swept my flashlight beam across it. Empty bottles, fast food wrappers, dead leaves. Normal abandoned building stuff. The footsteps grew louder, now coming from just inside. I hoisted myself up onto the concrete platform. The sound of my hands slapping against the surface was instantly echoed by similar sounds from within. My shoes scraped on the rough concrete. Another scraping sound answered from the darkness. "If someone's in there, come out now," I said. My voice sounded steady, but my heart was pounding. The echoes of my words came back strange, distorted, like they were being played through a broken speaker. I ducked under the roll-up door. The beam of my flashlight revealed a vast open space, the main production floor. Rows of empty metal tables stretched into the darkness. Thick electrical cables hung from the ceiling like dead vines. The air smelled of rust and mold. My footsteps on the concrete floor rang out sharp and clear. The echoes followed, perfectly matched but slightly louder. I swung my flashlight left, then right. Nothing moved except dust motes in the beam. I took another step forward. The echo came back even louder than before. Another step. Another echo growing in volume. The sound bounced off the walls, the ceiling, the floor, multiplying with each reflection until it was like a dozen people were walking with me. I stopped. The echoes continued for several seconds before fading away. My breathing seemed unnaturally loud in the silence that followed. A rustle of movement came from my left. I spun, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of something ducking behind one of the metal tables. Something roughly human-shaped but wrong somehow, like a shadow that had peeled itself off the wall. "Who's there?" I demanded. The echoes of my voice came back distorted, almost like words, but not quite. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I started walking toward the table where I'd seen the movement. My footsteps echoed, louder and louder with each step. The echoes seemed to be coming from all directions now, surrounding me. I could feel the vibrations through the soles of my shoes. When I reached the table, there was nothing there. But the echoes of my footsteps continued, growing even louder. They were out of sync now, some faster, some slower, like a crowd of people walking at different speeds. I turned in a slow circle, flashlight beam probing the darkness. The echoes were so loud they hurt my ears. They seemed to have a physical presence pressing against my skin like a cold wind. Movement caught my eye. Another shadow shape flitting between tables, this one larger than the first. I swung my flashlight toward it, but it was gone before the beam could catch it. More movement to my right, to my left, behind me. Every time I turned, the shapes vanished just beyond the reach of my light. The echoes were deafening now, a thunderous stampede of footsteps that shook dust from the ceiling. I backed toward the loading dock. The shadows seemed to be getting bolder, lingering just at the edge of my flashlight beam. I could almost make out details, limbs that bent at impossible angles, faces with too many features. My heel hit something solid, one of the metal tables. I stumbled, caught myself. The echoes of my stumble came back wrong. The screech of metal on concrete, the sound of something heavy falling, a noise that might have been laughter. That's when my flashlight flickered. Just for a second, but in that moment of darkness, I saw them clearly. Dozens of them, maybe hundreds, filling the space between me and the exit. They were made of shadows and silence, negative spaces in the shape of people. They moved like stop-motion animation, jerky and unnatural. The flashlight came back on. The shapes retreated to the edges of the beam, but they didn't disappear completely. They were watching me. I could feel their attention like a physical weight. I ran. The echoes of my footsteps became a roar that threatened to burst my eardrums. I could see the shapes moving with me, keeping pace just outside my circle of light. My breath came in ragged gasps that echoed back as inhuman shrieks. I reached the loading dock and vaulted over it, not bothering with the steps. I hit the asphalt hard, rolled, scrambled to my feet. The echoes followed me out of the building, growing louder and louder until I thought my head would explode. I sprinted to my car, fumbling with the keys. Behind me, the echoes had become a single sustained note, like 1,000 voices screaming in perfect unison. I got the door open, threw myself inside, slammed it shut. The sound cut off instantly. The silence was so sudden it made my ears ring. I started the engine and floored it. The tires squealed as I peeled out of the parking lot. In my rearview mirror, I saw movement in the windows of the Campbell building. Hundreds of shadow shapes pressed against the glass, watching me drive away. I took the long way home, staying on well-lit streets. My hands didn't stop shaking until I was safely inside my apartment with the doors locked and every light turned on. That was 3 hours ago. I've been sitting here since then, trying to convince myself that what I saw wasn't real. But I know it was. The bruises from my fall are real. The dust on my clothes is real. And when I play back the voice memo app that was running on my phone the whole time, I always record my walks through sketchy areas just in case. I can hear the echoes. They get louder and louder as the recording goes on, until they completely drown out my own footsteps. I've attached the audio file to this post. Listen to it if you want, but I don't recommend it. And whatever you do, stay away from the Campbell building. Those things are still there. I can feel them, even now, listening and waiting for the next person to investigate a strange sound in the darkness. Some echoes, it turns out, never fade away. They just keep getting louder. I don't take shortcuts anymore. I shouldn't have gone to check out that cabin. That's what I keep telling myself now. 3 months have passed and I still wake up in cold sweats, my heart racing when I hear any sound outside my window at night. But I need to write this down. Maybe then someone will understand what happened at Cedar Lake that weekend. It started as a regular fishing trip with my buddies Mike and Steve. We'd been planning it for months. 3 days at Cedar Lake, about 4 hours north of Seattle. The lake was pretty remote, and that's exactly what we wanted. A chance to drink beer, catch some fish, and get away from our wives and kids for a weekend. The first day went exactly as planned. We set up our camp about 50 yards from the shore, got our gear ready, and spent the afternoon catching a decent haul of trout. As the sun started to set, we were sitting around the campfire, drinking our third or fourth beer, when Mike mentioned seeing what looked like an old structure through the trees while he was walking along the shoreline earlier. Probably just an old fishing cabin, Steve said, taking another pull from his beer. These lakes are full of them. Rich guys built them decades ago and then just abandoned them when they got too old to make the trip anymore. I don't know why, but something about the way Mike described it caught my interest. Maybe it was the beer, or maybe I was just bored, but I decided I wanted to check it out the next day. I woke up early the next morning, before Mike and Steve. The air was crisp and a light fog hung over the lake. I grabbed my flashlight and told the guys I was going to scout around the lake for better fishing spots. I followed Mike's directions from the day before, walking along the muddy shoreline. After about 20 minutes, I saw it through the trees. The cabin was small, maybe 15 by 20 feet, with weathered gray boards and a sagging roof. Thick moss covered most of the north-facing wall, and the small porch had partially collapsed on one side. The windows were intact, but so dirty I couldn't see inside. I stepped onto the porch, testing each board before putting my full weight down. The wood creaked, but held. The door was unlocked, just an old brass handle that turned with a grinding sound. I pushed it open and the hinges screamed like they hadn't moved in years. The smell hit me first, musty and damp, with something else underneath that I couldn't identify. Something that made my nose wrinkle. The main room was small, with a rustic kitchen area in one corner, and what looked like a living space with an old couch and a pot-bellied stove in the other. Dust covered everything in a thick layer. But it was the walls that made me stop cold. They were covered in photographs, dozens of them, black and white photos in simple wooden frames. I stepped closer, my boots crunching on fallen plaster, and that's when I noticed what was wrong with them. In every single photo where the people's faces should have been, there was just nothing. Not blurred or damaged, just smooth, blank spaces where features should have been, like someone had carefully erased every face. My hands started to sweat as I moved from photo to photo. A family picnic, 4 people seated on a blanket, all faceless. A wedding photo, bride and groom standing together, blank ovals where their faces should be. A class photo with rows of children, every single one of them without a face. I took out my phone to take pictures, but the battery was dead. That was strange. I'd charged it fully the night before. The air felt heavy, and the silence pressed against my ears. That's when I noticed the marks on the walls. Long, deep gouges in the wooden boards running in sets of 4. They looked like claw marks, but they were too big to be from any animal I knew. Some of them were 8 inches long and cut deep into the solid wood. They were everywhere. On the walls, the door frame, even scored into the floorboards. I heard a board creak behind me and spun around. Nothing was there, but my heart was hammering in my chest. The silence felt different now, watchful, waiting. I backed toward the door, keeping my eyes on the room. As I reached for the handle, I noticed more claw marks on the inside of the door, fresh ones. The wood looked pale where it had been recently scratched, not weathered and gray like the others. I got out of there fast, letting the door bang shut behind me. The fog had gotten thicker while I was inside, and I had to work to find my way back to camp. I didn't tell Mike and Steve what I'd found. They would have wanted to go look, and I didn't want anyone going near that place again. The rest of the day passed normally. We fished, we drank, we bullshitted around the campfire, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I looked toward the trees in the direction of the cabin, my skin would break out in goosebumps. As night fell, Mike and Steve turned in early. I stayed up by the fire, telling myself I was just enjoying the peace and quiet. But really, I was listening, waiting. Around midnight, I heard it. Footsteps, heavy ones, moving through the underbrush along the shoreline. They were slow and deliberate, accompanied by the sound of branches snapping. Whatever it was big. I clicked on my flashlight and pointed it toward the sounds, but the beam couldn't penetrate more than a few feet into the darkness between the trees. The footsteps stopped. I heard breathing, deep, wet breathing, like something with fluid in its lungs. It was close, maybe 30 feet away. My light beam shook as my hand trembled. A branch cracked directly in front of me, and I saw something move in the darkness. Something tall. I scrambled backward, knocking over my chair. The breathing got louder, and with it came a smell. The same strange odor I'd noticed in the cabin, but stronger now. Rotting meat and stagnant water. I backed up until I felt my tent behind me. The breathing was closer now, and I could hear something else. A sound like nails dragging across tree bark. My light beam caught movement again, and for a split second, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A hand, if you could call it that. Long, pale fingers ending in curved claws that had to be 6 inches long. It pulled back into the darkness as soon as my light hit it. I dove into my tent and zipped it shut, my hands shaking so bad I could barely grip the zipper. I heard the footsteps moving around the campsite, circling. The breathing got closer to my tent. Something scraped against the outside of the fabric, and I bit down on my fist to keep from screaming. The scratching moved down the side of the tent, and I could see the fabric pushing inward as whatever it was ran its claws along it. The smell was overwhelming now, and I could hear it sniffing like a dog trying to catch a scent. My light beam showed its shadow through the tent wall, a huge, hunched shape that had to be 8 feet tall. I don't know how long I lay there, barely breathing, listening to it move around outside. At some point, I must have passed out from sheer terror. When I opened my eyes, it was morning. Mike was shaking me awake. "Hey, you okay? You're white as a sheet, man." I sat up, my clothes soaked with sweat. The first thing I noticed were the tears in my tent, 4 parallel slices running down both sides. Mike saw them too. What the hell? Was there a bear in camp last night? I looked at the ground around my tent. The dirt was churned up with tracks I'd never seen before. Huge, elongated impressions that looked almost like human footprints, but wrong. The toes were too long, and there were deep puncture marks at the end of each toe where claws had dug into the soil. We need to leave, now. Mike started to argue, but something in my voice must have convinced him. We packed up camp in record time. As we were loading the truck, I looked back toward the lake. Through a gap in the trees, I could see the cabin. Something was different. Even from this distance, I could see that the door was wide open now. And in one of the windows, I saw movement. Just for a second. A pale, smooth face with no features. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just blank white skin pulled tight over a skull. It disappeared as soon as I saw it. We broke our speed records getting out of there. I haven't been fishing since. I tried to look up information about the cabin or any history of the area when I got home, but I found nothing. The only thing I did find was a local news article from 1963 about 3 hikers who disappeared near Cedar Lake. They were never found, but their camera was. When the police developed the film, every photo showed the same thing: 3 men posing in various locations around the lake, but their faces were completely blank in every shot. I've thought about reporting what happened, but who would believe me? Sometimes I think about going back with a camera that works, to get proof. But then I remember those claw marks, that blank face in the window, and that horrible breathing in the dark. And I know that some things should stay lost in the woods. Last week I got a letter in the mail. No return address. Inside was a photograph, black and white, poorly focused. It showed 3 men sitting around a campfire. I recognized the clearing, our tents in the background. It was our campsite. The photo showed Mike, Steve, and me. Our faces were completely blank. I burned the photo immediately, but that night I heard something outside my house. Heavy footsteps in my backyard, and that familiar sound of claws scraping against wood. I didn't look outside. I didn't need to. I know it followed me home, and I know that sooner or later it's going to come for me, just like it came for all the others in those photos. Because now I understand, those weren't photos of its victims. They were photos of its collection. If you're reading this and you're ever up around Cedar Lake, stay away from that cabin. And if you hear footsteps in the dark, don't look. Don't ever look. Because once it knows you've seen it, it won't stop until your face is as blank as all the others. I can hear the scratching at my door now. I should have kept driving. The sun was setting, I was tired, and that empty stretch of highway through Nebraska felt endless. But I stopped. I had to stop. When you hear someone screaming for help, you stop. That's what normal people do, right? Now I can't sleep without pills. I wake up sweating, my heart pounding. Even writing this down, my hands are shaking. But I need to tell someone what happened on that train. It was Tuesday, October 3rd. I was driving from Chicago to Denver for a job interview. My phone showed 6:47 p.m. when I first saw the train. The sky was turning orange, casting long shadows across the cornfields. I'd been on the road for 9 hours, stopping only for gas and bathroom breaks. My back hurt. My eyes were tired. I'd finished my last Red Bull 2 hours ago. The train sat motionless on the tracks that ran parallel to the highway. At first, I barely noticed it. Just another freight train in farm country. But something felt wrong. No lights, no movement. Just a long line of cargo cars stretching into the distance, covered in rust and graffiti. I slowed down my Honda Civic, squinting through the passenger window. The train looked like it had been sitting there for months, maybe years. Weeds grew around the wheels. Paint peeled off in long strips. Most of the cars were standard shipping containers, but near the middle, I spotted what looked like an old passenger car. That's when I heard it. A woman's voice, high-pitched and desperate. "Help! Please, somebody help me!" I hit the brakes hard. My tires squealed on the asphalt. The car fishtailed slightly before coming to a stop on the shoulder, kicking up gravel and dust. My hands gripped the steering wheel. The voice came again. "Is someone there? Please help." The rational part of my brain said to call 911, but out here, my phone showed only 1 bar of service. The nearest town was at least 30 miles back. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment, one of those heavy mag lights that could double as a weapon. The metal felt cold and reassuring in my hand. I stepped out of the car, leaving the engine running and the headlights on. The temperature had dropped with the sun. Wind rustled through the corn, making the stalks whisper. My shoes crunched on gravel as I approached the tracks. Up close, the train looked even more decrepit. Rust had eaten through the metal in places, leaving ragged holes. "Hello?" I called out. "Where are you?" "In here, the passenger car. Please hurry." The voice came from the old passenger car I'd spotted earlier. It sat about 50 yards down the tracks. I had to climb over a coupling between 2 cargo containers to reach it. The passenger car's windows were mostly broken, just jagged shards of glass clinging to rubber seals. The door hung open, warped on its hinges. Dark stains, rust or something else, streaked the metal around the doorframe. I shined my flashlight inside. The beam cut through dusty air, illuminating rows of torn seats. Papers and debris littered the floor. "Hello?" I called again, my voice echoing. "I'm here to help. Where are you?" No answer. My heart pounded against my ribs. Every instinct told me to turn around, get back in my car, and drive away fast. But what if someone really needed help? What if they were hurt? I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The floor creaked under my weight. The air smelled wrong, like old meat and something metallic. My flashlight beam darted from seat to seat, catching glimpses of torn fabric and exposed springs. "Is anyone here?" My voice sounded small in the enclosed space. A scraping sound came from the back of the car, metal on metal. I swung my flashlight toward the noise. The beam caught something moving, just a flash of pale flesh disappearing behind a seat. "Hey, it's okay," I said, taking another step forward. "I'm here to help. Are you hurt?" More scraping, then a low sound, not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. I moved closer, step by careful step. My shoes crunched on broken glass. Sweat ran down my back despite the cold. The thing rose up from behind the last row of seats. My brain couldn't process what I was seeing at first. It looked almost human. The basic shape was there, but the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long, hanging down past where knees should be. The skin was gray and seemed to hang loose in places, like ill-fitting clothes. Its face, Jesus, its face. The mouth opened far too wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Where eyes should have been, there were just dark, weeping holes. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. The beam of my flashlight trembled on that horrible face. The thing's mouth stretched even wider in what might have been a smile. Then it screamed, the same woman's voice I'd heard before, perfect in every detail. "Help! Please help me!" My paralysis broke. I turned and ran. I slammed into a seat, stumbled, caught myself. Behind me, something fast moved in the darkness. I heard claws or nails scraping on metal. The door seemed miles away. My legs felt like lead. My lungs burned. Another scream. This time a man's voice. "Wait! Don't leave me here." I reached the door, practically falling through it. My foot caught on something. A tentacle. A hand. And I went down hard on the gravel beside the tracks. The flashlight flew from my grip, spinning away into the darkness. Pain shot through my palms where they hit the rocks. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't look back. The thing in the train car made more sounds. Different voices now, calling out in terror, begging for help. Then it laughed, a wet, gurgling sound that no human throat could make. My car's headlights cut through the growing darkness. I sprinted toward them like a drowning man swimming for shore. Something moved in my peripheral vision, a pale shape flowing along the side of the train, keeping pace with me. I ran faster. I reached the car, yanked open the door, and threw myself inside. My trembling hands found the keys in the ignition. The engine roared to life. I slammed the car into drive and floored the accelerator. Gravel sprayed from my tires as the car shot forward. In my rearview mirror, I caught one last glimpse of the train. A figure stood in the passenger car's doorway, impossibly tall and thin, its arms hanging down like dead things. It raised one hand in what might have been a wave. Then I was around a curve, and the train vanished from view. I drove for 2 hours without stopping, my hands locked on the steering wheel, my heart hammering. Every shadow by the road looked like reaching arms. Every sound the car made could have been claws on metal. I finally stopped at a truck stop near the Colorado border. My legs shook so badly I could barely walk. I went into the bathroom and threw up everything in my stomach. When I looked in the mirror, my face was ghost white. Blood trickled from my palms where the gravel had cut them. My jacket was torn at the shoulder. I don't remember how that happened. I bought coffee and sat in a bright booth watching trucks come and go. Around midnight, I used the truck stop's Wi-Fi to search for news about missing persons in Nebraska, about abandoned trains, about creatures that could mimic human voices. I found nothing concrete, just scattered forum posts and conspiracy theories. A few blurry photos that could have been anything. Stories from truckers about strange sounds in the night. But I did find one thing that made my blood run cold. A local news article from 1957 about a passenger train that disappeared somewhere in Nebraska. All 47 passengers and crew vanished without a trace. The train was never found. I called the police the next morning. They took my report politely but didn't seem interested. Just another tired driver seeing things in the dark, they probably thought. I gave them the exact location, but when they checked, they found nothing. No train, no tracks, just empty fields stretching to the horizon. I made it to Denver eventually, got the job, moved into a nice apartment with a view of the mountains. But I don't drive at night anymore if I can help it, and I never take the train. Sometimes, late at night, I hear voices calling for help. Different voices. Men, women, children. They sound so real, so desperate. But I know better now. I know what makes those sounds. I wonder how many others have stopped to help. How many have walked into that dark train car, following voices that seemed so human. How many are still there, their own voices added to its collection. I should have kept driving. But I stopped. That's what normal people do, right? When you hear someone screaming for help, you stop. Remember that. Next time you're driving alone at night. Remember that not all cries for help come from people who need saving. Sometimes they come from things that want you to stop. Things that want you to get out of your car. Things that want you to come inside. I was lucky. I got away. But as I write this, my hands still shake, because I know it's still out there somewhere in the darkness, waiting in its rusted train car, calling out in borrowed voices, waiting for someone else to stop and help. The lighthouse stood against the gray sky like a bone stuck in wet sand. I hadn't planned to go inside when I first saw it from the beach. But sometimes the worst decisions don't feel like decisions at all. They feel like curiosity. I was in Port Haven for work, another small coastal town that had seen better days. The kind of place where empty storefronts outnumber the open ones, and every third house has a for sale sign that's been there so long the text has started to fade. I had 4 hours to kill before my evening meeting, and walking along the beach seemed better than sitting in my motel room watching game shows. The lighthouse caught my eye right away. Unlike the trim white towers you see on postcards, this one was a mess. Paint peeling off in gray sheets, windows either broken or so dirty they might as well have been painted black. A chain-link fence surrounded it, but someone had cut a hole big enough to squeeze through. Probably local kids looking for a place to drink beer and spray paint their names. The no trespassing sign was still readable, even with the rust. I stood there for a few minutes, watching the waves hit the rocks below the lighthouse. The tide was going out, leaving trails of seaweed and foam on the wet sand. No one else was around, just seagulls picking at something dead further down the beach. I don't know why I went through that fence. Maybe because it was there. Maybe because I was bored. Maybe because something about that lighthouse pulled at me in a way I still can't explain. The front door wasn't even locked. The hinges screamed when I pushed it open, and the sound echoed up the tower like someone screaming back. The entry room smelled like mold and salt and something else. Something metallic like old pennies. Dust covered everything. My footprints showed clear in it as I walked around the circular room. There was a desk against one wall, drawers hanging open. Papers scattered across the floor, so water damage the words had bled into gray smudges. A few chairs tipped over. Nothing special. But then I saw the notebook. It was sitting on a shelf, partially hidden behind some old equipment manuals. Unlike everything else in the room, it looked almost new. The cover was black leather, still glossy, no dust on it at all. I picked it up. The pages were thick and cream-colored, filled with neat handwriting in black ink. The first entry was dated 6 months ago. March 15th. Another quiet night. Sea calm. No ships expected until morning. Keeping the light dark as ordered. I flipped through more pages. Same handwriting, same basic observations about weather and ship traffic. But then I hit an entry from April that made me stop. April 3rd, saw lights again tonight, 3rd time this week. Called Harbor Master. No ships scheduled. Lights moved in ways no boat could move. Like they were dancing. Started up by the horizon around 2 a.m., then came closer. Closer than any sane captain would bring a ship. Logged it in the official record, but Jackson says I'm seeing things. Maybe he's right. Haven't been sleeping well. The entries got stranger after that. The writer described more lights, appearing almost every night. Sometimes just 1 or 2, sometimes dozens. Always when no ships were supposed to be in the area. Always moving in impossible ways. April 15th. They're getting closer. I can see shapes in the fog now. Big shapes. Ship shapes, but wrong somehow. Like drawings done by someone who'd only heard about ships but never seen one. Called the Coast Guard again. They say their radar shows nothing. How can there be nothing when I can see them right there? April 20th. The light won't stay off. I turn it off like I'm supposed to, but it keeps coming back on. Change the bulb. Check the wiring. Nothing wrong I can find. But every night around midnight it turns itself on. Shines right at those things out there. Like it's calling to them. April 25th. I hear singing sometimes. From the water. Not like whales. Like voices. But not in any language I know. When I look out I see them. Ghost ships. That's what they are. I know how it sounds, but I know what I'm seeing. They're transparent sometimes. I can see the waves through their hulls. Their sails are rotten, their lights are wrong. Green and blue and colors that don't have names. God help me, I think they're getting closer. The last entry was from April 30th. They're here, right offshore. Dozens of them. The light won't turn off no matter what I do. I can see figures on the decks now. They're not right. They're not human. I'm leaving. I have to leave. If anyone finds this, stay away. They're coming for... The entry ended mid-sentence. A long black ink line trailed off the page like his hand had jerked away. My hands were shaking as I put the notebook down. The sun had started to set while I was reading. Orange light slanted through the broken windows, making long shadows on the floor. I needed to get out of there. I turned toward the door and froze. The lighthouse beam was on. I could see it sweeping across the darkening sky through the windows. But that was impossible. This place had been abandoned for months. There couldn't be any power. I ran to the window and looked up. The beam swept around again, bright enough to leave spots in my vision. Then I looked down at the water. The ocean was black in the growing dark. But there were lights out there. Dozens of them. Green and blue and colors I couldn't name. They moved in ways that made my eyes hurt, weaving patterns that shouldn't have been possible. And they were getting closer. I could see shapes now. Ship shapes, but wrong. Their proportions were off, like they'd been stretched or squashed. Their sails hung in tatters, moving against the wind. And they were transparent. I could see the waves through their wooden hulls. Figures moved on their decks. They looked human-shaped from this distance, but something about their movements was wrong. They jerked and swayed like puppets with tangled strings. I ran for the door. It wouldn't open. The handle turned, but the door stayed shut like something was holding it from the other side. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing. A sound came from outside. Singing. But not like any singing I'd ever heard. The notes twisted in ways that human voices couldn't make. It made my teeth hurt and my vision blur. The ghost ships were almost ashore now. I could see the figures better. They were human-shaped, but only in the way that a child's drawing of a person is human-shaped. Their proportions were wrong. Their movements were wrong. Their heads weren't the right shape. I ran up the spiral staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. Maybe there was another way out. Maybe I could signal for help somehow. The singing got louder as I climbed. The walls vibrated with it. My nose started bleeding. I reached the top of the lighthouse. The lamp mechanism filled most of the room, spinning slowly, sending its beam out into the darkness. I tried to turn it off. The switch did nothing. I tried to unplug it. There was no power cord. I tried to break the bulb. My hand went right through it. The ghost ships had reached the shore. They passed right through the rocks like they weren't there. The singing was so loud now I could barely think. The figures were leaving their ships. They flowed onto the beach like oil, their movements all wrong. Their faces. I could see their faces now. I wish I couldn't see their faces. They started climbing the lighthouse, not using the stairs inside, climbing up the outside wall. I could see them through the windows as they came up. Their hands weren't hands, their eyes weren't eyes. The singing filled everything now. The air rippled with it. Blood ran from my ears. They reached the top. The windows exploded inward. Glass flew everywhere but passed right through them. They flowed into the room like smoke. I backed away until I hit the lamp. They surrounded me. This close I could see that they weren't solid. They flickered like bad TV reception, switching between shapes that hurt to look at. The one in front reached for me with something that wasn't a hand. The singing built to a crescendo that made reality crack around the edges. I blacked out. I woke up on the beach. The sun was rising. My phone said it was 6:30 a.m., almost 12 hours since I'd entered the lighthouse. The lighthouse stood silent against the morning sky. The windows were intact. The door hung open like it always had. No sign of any damage. I walked back to my car on shaking legs. I had dried blood under my nose and on my collar. My ears were still ringing. I drove straight out of Port Haven, missed my meeting. Didn't care, never went back. But sometimes late at night, I hear that singing. And when I look out my window, I see lights in the distance. Lights that move in ways no light should move. They're getting closer. I found the notebook in my jacket pocket later. I tried to burn it. It wouldn't catch fire. I tried to tear it up. The pages wouldn't tear. I tried to throw it away. It showed up on my desk the next morning. It sits there now, waiting. Sometimes I see new entries appearing in it, written in that same neat handwriting. They describe lights in the distance, lights that are getting closer. I know they'll find me eventually. The things that aren't ships carrying the things that aren't people. I can hear their singing getting louder every night. But maybe someone will find this story first. Maybe it will warn them to stay away from old lighthouses, to not read strange notebooks, to run when they see lights moving in ways that lights shouldn't move. Or maybe you'll do what I did. Maybe curiosity will pull you in. Maybe you'll see the lights too. They're beautiful in their terrible way. Beautiful and hungry. And they're always getting closer. Last night I saw them from my window. The ships that aren't ships. The crew that isn't human. They were clearer than ever before. I know now why the lighthouse keeper's last entry ended so abruptly. I know what he saw in those final moments. I hear singing now. The walls are vibrating with it. My nose is bleeding again. They're here. Don't look for me. Don't try to find out what happened. Just remember, if you see lights moving strangely in the distance, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. But I don't think it will help. They're patient. They have all the time in the world, and they're always getting closer. The buzzing started in my ears before I saw anything wrong. A high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache, like the sound of power tools, but distant and warped. I was 2 miles into the Millbrook Trail when I first heard it, and I should have turned back right then. Should have trusted that animal instinct telling me something wasn't right. But I didn't. I kept walking, and that's how I found the workshop. I'd hiked this trail dozens of times, but never noticed the building before. It sat in a small clearing about 50 yards off the main path, half hidden behind a screen of pine trees. The exterior was weathered gray wood, the roof sagging in the middle like a broken spine. A rusted metal sign hung crooked above the door, its text too faded to read. My boots crunched through dead leaves as I approached. The buzzing grew louder with each step, transforming into a grinding sound that seemed to come from inside the building. I told myself it was probably just some local kids messing around with old equipment, or maybe a squatter who'd found a way to power up the tools. The explanations felt hollow even as I thought them. The door hung partially open, warped wood scraping against the frame. I pushed it wider, wincing at the screech of rusted hinges. The smell hit me first, metal and oil and something else underneath, something thick and organic that made my nose wrinkle. Dust motes swirled in the weak light filtering through grimy windows. The workshop was bigger than it looked from outside, maybe 30 feet square. Workbenches lined the walls, their surfaces cluttered with tools in various states of decay. Rusty saws, hammers with rotting handles, pliers seized shut with corrosion. A table saw dominated the center of the room, its blade dulled by decades of neglect. Dark stains spread across the wooden floor in irregular patterns. They looked old, soaked deep into the grain of the wood. I took a few steps inside, my footsteps echoing in the musty air. The grinding sound had stopped, leaving behind a silence that felt heavy and expectant. A thin layer of dust covered everything, undisturbed except for some strange marks that looked almost like tool tracks, as if someone had been dragging the equipment across the surfaces. The first movement caught me by surprise. A screwdriver on one of the benches twitched, then slowly began to rotate in place. I froze, convinced I was seeing things. But then a hammer lifted slightly off the bench and started sliding forward, leaving a clean trail in the dust. All around the room, tools began to move. A saw blade spun with a high whine. Pliers opened and closed their jaws with mechanical clicks. Chisels dragged themselves across the workbench, carving shallow grooves in the wood. Each tool moved with purpose, as if guided by invisible hands performing tasks I couldn't comprehend. My heart hammered against my ribs. I backed toward the door, eyes darting between the moving implements. This wasn't possible. Tools didn't move on their own. There had to be strings, magnets, something creating this illusion. But I could see no mechanism, no explanation for the impossible scene before me. A large wrench rose from the bench nearest the door, rotating to point its jaws at me like the head of a snake. The grinding sound returned, louder now, seeming to come from everywhere at once. More tools began to lift into the air, screwdrivers, hammers, chisels, all hovering at chest height and oriented toward where I stood. I bolted for the door. Something whistled past my ear, a screwdriver embedding itself in the door frame with a solid thunk. I didn't stop to look back, just ran full tilt across the clearing toward the main trail. Behind me, I heard the screech of metal on metal and the heavy thud of tools hitting the ground. My lungs burned as I sprinted down the trail, branches whipping against my face. I ran until I couldn't hear anything but my own ragged breathing and pounding footsteps. When I finally slowed to a walk, my legs trembling from exertion, I was less than half a mile from the trailhead. I should have left it alone, should have reported it to the park rangers or local police and let them investigate. But the questions gnawed at me. What had I really seen? Was there a rational explanation I'd missed in my panic? I needed to know. That's why I went back the next day, this time prepared. I brought a camera to document everything, a powerful flashlight, and a metal detector to search for hidden electrical systems or magnetic devices that might explain the movement. I also brought my friend Mike, both for backup and to verify I wasn't losing my mind. We reached the spot where I'd turned off the main trail, but something was wrong. The gap in the trees wasn't there anymore. We searched for over an hour, working in expanding circles from where I was certain the clearing had been. We found nothing, no building, no clearing, not even a foundation or ruins to suggest anything had ever been built there. Mike was sympathetic but skeptical. He suggested maybe I'd gotten turned around, confused about the location, or perhaps I'd been more dehydrated than I'd realized, leading to a vivid hallucination. I knew he was trying to help, but I also knew what I'd seen. I've been back to that trail several times since then, always searching. Sometimes at night I dream about the workshop. In the dreams, I stay longer, watch the tools move with their precise, purposeful motions. They're building something in those dreams, something I can never quite see. I wake up with the taste of metal in my mouth and the certainty that the workshop is still out there, waiting to be found again. But that's not the end of the story. 3 months after my encounter, I was hiking a different trail about 10 miles from Millbrook when I heard it again, that distinctive buzzing, grinding sound that made my teeth ache. This time, it came from deeper in the woods, far off any marked path. I stood there for a long time, listening to that sound and dealing with the war inside my head. Every rational thought told me to walk away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd been given a second chance to solve the mystery. This time I'd be smarter about it. This time, I'd discover the truth. I checked my phone. Full battery, good signal. I opened my location sharing app and sent my position to 3 friends with a message. If you don't hear from me in 2 hours, call rangers, following strange sound in woods. Then I stepped off the trail. The undergrowth was thick here, requiring careful navigation between thorny bushes and fallen trees. The sound grew stronger as I pushed forward, accompanied now by rhythmic thumping and the screech of metal on metal. After about 15 minutes of tough hiking, I spotted it, another workshop, similar in size and design to the first but somehow even more decrepit. This one's roof had partially collapsed, leaving a jagged hole that let in streams of sunlight. The walls leaned at precarious angles, defying gravity. The door lay flat on the ground, torn from its hinges by time or violence. I approached more cautiously this time, staying low and moving slowly. The sounds continued steadily, clicking, grinding, scraping. At the doorway, I crouched behind the fallen door and peered inside. The layout was different from the first workshop, but the essential elements were the same. Workbenches, tool racks, heavy machinery covered in rust, and movement, constant, purposeful movement. A circular saw blade spun in place, suspended 3 feet above a bench. Hammers rose and fell in perfect rhythm, pounding invisible nails. In one corner, a large drill press operated on its own, its chuck spinning and descending at regular intervals. The air smelled of oil and rust, and that same organic undertone I remembered from before. I pulled out my phone and started recording. The video was dark and shaky, but it clearly showed the tools moving independently. I slowly panned across the room, documenting everything. When I reached the far corner, I saw something that made me nearly drop the phone. A figure stood there, or something like a figure. It was roughly human-shaped, but composed entirely of tools. Wrenches and hammers formed crude limbs, saw blades created a serrated spine, and pliers snapped open and closed where a head should be. The thing moved with jerky mechanical motions, manipulating other tools with appendages made of screwdrivers and chisels. My hands shook as I zoomed in on the figure. Through the phone's screen, I watched it disassemble itself. Tools clattered to the ground one by one until nothing remained but a pile of inert metal. The other tools continued their work, ignoring both the dissolution of their companion and my presence. The floor creaked under my feet. Instantly, every tool in the room stopped moving. The silence hit like a physical force. Slowly, inevitably, the tools began to turn toward me. I kept recording as dozens of sharp, rusty implements oriented themselves in my direction. The first hammer launched itself at my head. I ducked and it smashed into the doorframe behind me, sending splinters flying. My phone kept recording as I scrambled backward, capturing the swarm of tools that rose into the air and began their attack. A chisel sliced through my jacket sleeve, drawing blood. A wrench caught me in the ribs, driving the air from my lungs. I stumbled and fell, dropping the phone but somehow maintaining my grip on consciousness. The tools formed a whirling cloud above me, glinting dully in the sunlight streaming through the broken roof. What happened next is still hard to describe. The tools stopped their assault and began to combine, linking together like some kind of deranged erector set. Within seconds, they had formed another humanoid figure larger than the first. It loomed over me, joints made of pliers creaking as it moved. The thing reached down with a hand made of interlocked screwdrivers. I rolled away and scrambled to my feet, snatching my phone from the ground as I ran. Behind me, I heard the crash of the tool figure pursuing, its movements accompanied by the screech of metal on metal. I ran blindly through the woods, branches tearing at my face. The sound of mechanical pursuit grew fainter, but I didn't slow down until I burst out onto the main trail, startling a couple of hikers. They looked at me with concern, bleeding, covered in dirt, gasping for breath. I babbled something about falling down a hillside and hurried past them. My phone was still clutched in my hand, recording. With trembling fingers, I stopped the video and played it back. The screen showed only static, 2 hours of recording, reduced to digital snow. But the physical evidence remained. The cut on my arm, the bruise spreading across my ribs, the tears in my jacket. And I had something else. Something I didn't notice until I got home and emptied my pockets. Somehow, a single screwdriver had made its way into my jacket. It's old, the handle made of wood rather than plastic, the metal pitted with rust. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can feel it trying to move on its own. I haven't been back to those trails, but I've been researching, digging through local history and property records. I've found references to other workshops, all following the same pattern, appearing and disappearing, always containing tools that move on their own. Some reports date back over 100 years. The screwdriver sits on my desk as I write this, a constant reminder that I'm not crazy, that what I experienced was real. Sometimes I catch movement out of the corner of my eye and turn to find it in a slightly different position than where I left it. Each time the urge to return to the woods grows stronger. I know the workshop is out there, waiting. Maybe this time, I'll stay longer. Maybe this time, I'll learn what the tools are trying to build. Maybe this time I'll understand why they chose to let me live when so many others, according to my research, were never seen again after encountering similar buildings in other forests. But for now, I watch the screwdriver and wonder about the workshops hidden in the woods. I wonder about the dark stains on those workshop floors and the organic smell beneath the rust and oil. Most of all, I wonder if the tools are building something bigger than any of us can imagine, one workshop at a time, deep in the forgotten corners of the forest. The screwdriver just moved again. I think it's trying to tell me something. Maybe it's time to go back.
this.